This town meeting session is brought to you by the real estate maven, Suzanne Nissen. The offer is just the beginning. She'll be with you every step of the way.
I call to order the special town meeting called for this date, October 24, 2022. And I am delighted once again to welcome town meeting members and town residents and guests to Powers Hall, from which we were estranged for a short period of time. But we're back, and hopefully you've all had a chance to review the informational memorandum that was distributed and that I posted regarding the procedures and the arrangements for tonight. Just as a reminder, we are reserving, as we have in the last meetings, the entire floor here exclusively for town meeting members, town residents, registered voters, other attendees will be seated in the balcony. So to start, I would remind you that this is a special town meeting, so we don't have lots of elaborate ceremonies typically with our special town meeting. But we do pause for a moment to honor our country by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. And I would ask you all to please rise. Flag is to my right, and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. The moderator finds that a quorum is present, and I further find that the meeting can convene and conduct its business. And I would ask the town clerk to record the presence of a quorum in her official records of this meeting. The next step to open our meeting is the reading of the Special Town Meeting Warrant. And for this purpose, I recognize our town clerk, Mrs. Theodora K. Eaton.
Norfolk SS. To either of the constables in the town of Needham in said county, greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are hereby required to notify the qualified town meeting members of the town of Needham to meet in the Needham Town Hall on Monday, the 24th day of October, 2022, at 7:30 in the afternoon, then and there to act upon the following articles.
Having completed the reading of the call to the meeting, I seek unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the Special Town Meeting Warrant in its entirety. Hearing no objection, I find unanimous consent, and I would ask Mrs. Eaton to complete the reading of the Special Town Meeting Warrant by reciting the officer's return.
By virtue of this warrant, I did, on October 12, 2022, notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Needham to meet as within directed by posting true and attested copies of this warrant in not less than 20 places in said town, which October 12, 2022, was more than 14 days before the time of holding such special town meeting. Paul Hunt, Constable.
Thank you again, Mrs. Eaton. A word about the arrangement of our meeting space. You have been admitted to this floor because of your status as a town meeting member. The entire floor is reserved for town meeting members, and there will be other certain elected or appointed officials who may join you. Please cooperate with the Marshal, Mr. Jakes. When it comes time to vote, please sit only in designated areas, and the Marshal is here to help you and will also help enforce the limits of this dedicated space, which is a vestige of our transition from the public health emergency restrictions back to less restrictive conditions. As always, I ask you, and we appreciate it, and Mr. Jakes would appreciate it, if you would wear your town meeting member badge to identify yourself as a town meeting member. We do have a number of guests and attendees tonight, and I would just remind attendees who are not town meeting members that this body often votes by voice vote. We say aye or nay. And during those votes, only town meeting members may vote. No one else may utter the words aye or nay unless they are a town meeting member. Once situated, I do ask that you try to remain in your seat. The seats have been dispersed throughout this first floor for your safety, and I appreciate your cooperation. The use of face masks is no longer required. It is optional, and you are certainly free to use one if it is your choice. As I described in my informational memorandum to town meeting members, although we are back here in Powers Hall, we are still operating under some restrictions. As a result, we have adhered to our previously implemented reforms of no hard copy materials being distributed in the back of the table to prevent congregation and lumping together over there. As with the last 3 meetings that we have had, video presentations from sponsors posted to the town's website and YouTube channel are the primary means for advancing the justification for the main motions that fall under the articles you will address tonight. Those video presentations have been available for your review, as have video presentations from the Finance Committee and certain other interested individuals, depending upon the article. In addition, supporting materials have been posted to the website and distributed. The town clerk has gone out of her way to make sure that town meeting members receive those materials, and I hope you have been able to review the video presentations and review the supporting materials in advance of this meeting. Again, these videos constitute the affirmative presentations on the main motions. I understand, however, and I do look at the views of those videos, that not everyone may have accessed them, and it is my sincere desire as moderator to make sure that town meeting members are as informed as they possibly can be. So, again, as I laid out in the memorandum, and as you may recognize now, I am permitting the sponsors and the Finance Committee to conduct 5-minute-long reminder presentations at this meeting so that they can remind you of the points that were raised in their informational videos, and also to ensure that town meeting members here convened receive a uniform message of some kind, but obviously not at the length that we formerly did before the pandemic. So this is a refresher. It is not a full presentation on the merits. That was confined to the videos. When we engage in discussion, you may address town meeting after being recognized by the moderator. I ask that you rise, raise your hand, say, Mr. Moderator, and once recognized, please proceed to one of the microphones. I believe we have one microphone here in the middle, and you can use that if someone feels compelled to use the microphone at the front. They may do that too, but remember your time is limited. Both of these are no-touch microphones. We don't want people handling them, so Mr. Jakes will assist you, the marshal, if you need to adjust them for height or angle or anything like that. And if you are using a face mask, you can certainly address town meeting through the face mask. If we have any audibility issues, I, as the chair of the meeting, will let you know. Depending on our progress, we may have a recess or at least a stretch in place later this evening. However, because you can't count on a recess, please feel free, if you have to use the restrooms during our meeting, please feel free to leave and come back. I just ask that you do so gracefully, courteously, so that we don't disrupt the session. We are attempting to minimize the time. We are convened as a large group indoors, so I appreciate your assistance as you watch these proceedings and listen to the discussion that goes on. I really do appreciate your concern and discretion as not to engage in redundancy. Our goal is to conclude the business of the town meeting, of the special town meeting, expeditiously, again, in the interests of promoting public health. And your cooperation is appreciated. So that's the arrangement of the hall and some of the mechanics. We'll now talk about our rules of order, practice, and procedure. As I mentioned, please rise to be recognized. Call out Mr. Moderator. When a member is recognized by the moderator, you will have 5 minutes, as we will discuss in a moment, to address town meeting. If for some reason related to a disability or for some other reason a member cannot rise, raise their hand, shout out Mr. Moderator, please inform me so that appropriate accommodations may be made. Anyone entering or exiting the meeting area during our session, for example, to use the restrooms, must use care not to disrupt our session. Please silence all cell phones and other electronic sound emitting devices. Please check that now if you wouldn't mind. I don't have a slide for that. You know, you go to Symphony and they say, shut them down. So I wish I did. But please check that status so that we don't have some of those ringers going off in the middle of very important business. And I would also encourage you to consider just putting those devices away for the few moments, few hours that we are together. This is really very important business that we do on behalf of our town and on behalf of our people. And I think your constituents and fellow town meeting members would appreciate your rapt attention. And sometimes these breaks from these screens can be few and far between. So I would encourage you to abandon those devices for the time we are convened. Now, having said that, I know there is a football game going on this evening in which people may be interested. But I would just simply leave you with this, which is that there will be other football games this season, but there's only going to be one special town meeting on October 24th. So this is very special. So see if you can maybe pull yourself away from your fantasy league or whatever it is that compels you to watch. No firearms or weapons may be brought into the meeting space except by law enforcement personnel. As a sign of respect for this legislative chamber, no hats may be worn indoors except for medical or religious purposes. Members, non-members, speakers, all attendees must observe our rules of civility. A speaker who refers to individuals or personalities or who, in the judgment of the moderator, exceeds the bounds of civility will be ruled out of order. Please remember, we are one community, one town meeting, with one common goal, the best interest of our town. All commentary, remarks, and inquiries must be addressed to the moderator as chair of the meeting. Your attention is drawn to the disclosure required by an attorney employed by one who has an interest in a matter before this special town meeting as described in Article 1, Section 1.7 of the Needham General Bylaws. Blank forms for lengthy motions are available and should be employed. If lengthy or complicated motions are not drafted and submitted for review by the moderator, town council prior to being placed on the floor, this applies particularly with respect to zoning articles, the speaker will yield the floor to another speaker while the drafting, review, and formulation process is underway. A note on zoning articles. Zoning is a complex subject, and it has been the subject typically of much effort prior to town meeting. As discussed in the moderator's memorandum to town meeting members in connection with our annual town meeting and consistent with rules adopted for the annual town meeting, anyone who wishes to tender an amendment to a zoning article must confer in advance with the planning board and, if necessary, town council and the moderator to address questions and, if possible, work with the planning board to address wording that may and the impact of any proposed amendments. Short motions to amend, procedural motions need not be in writing. Parliamentary motions such as point of information or point of order shall be strictly construed so as not to elongate or permit debate, especially after a motion with the previous question has been placed on the floor. All limits on debate shall be enforced by the moderator. Questions asked for general informational purposes unrelated to a matter under consideration by the meeting will be ruled out of order. As stated in my memorandum to town meeting members in connection with the annual town meeting, this meeting is being live streamed and ultimately televised through the good efforts of the Needham channel. Any inappropriate conduct concerning the live coverage of these events will be deemed out of order and addressed by the moderator. Lastly, seek unanimous consent to adopt the following additional rules of practice concerning debate for this meeting. No full affirmative presentations by proponents of articles or other interested parties or the Finance Committee, because those presentations have already been tendered through the YouTube channel. When I call an article by its number, the corresponding main motion and any previously filed motion to amend or motion to refer will be placed on the floor by the moderator. At that time, proponents of the main motion will have the option for speaking for up to 5 minutes for the sole purpose of reminding town meeting members about the subject matter of the main motion. Time limits for discussion: town meeting members, non-town meeting members, visitors other than attorneys, 5 minutes each, all inclusive per article. Responsive remarks by sponsors, the Select Board, the Finance Committee, and other members of town boards or departments, 5 minutes per response. I seek your unanimous consent for the adoption of these rules as read by the moderator to govern this special town meeting. Hearing no objection, I find unanimous consent, and I find that the rules of procedure and practice as described by the moderator are voted and adopted, and the town clerk will so record. A few announcements have come to my attention, and I wanted to bring them to your attention while we have you convened. First, the town clerk has asked me to remind everyone that on the town clerk's website is all the information about voting in the upcoming election. Especially in-person voting is now underway at Town Hall. That has started on the 22nd of October, and it runs Monday, October 24th through this Friday, the 28th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. It runs Saturday, October 29th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It runs Sunday, October 30th, 12 noon to 4 p.m. It runs Monday, October 31st through Thursday, November 3rd, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And on Friday, November 4th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. I've also been asked to make an announcement by the Exchange Club. The Exchange Club announces its 2022 Holiday Fruit and Chocolate Sale. The proceeds support Needham student scholarships and other local programs. Freshly picked Florida fruit and handmade chocolates from Chocolate Delicacy. To order, see any Exchange Club member or order online at needhamexchangeclub.org. I was asked to convey the regrets of Representative Garlick, who often attends our annual town meetings and special town meetings, but she had some orthopedic surgery, I think a knee replacement. Is that public information? I don't want to violate HIPAA. So nothing serious, although that's serious. So we wish her a speedy recovery, and we do miss her, and she has always been very quite attentive to our affairs here. So good luck to her. And lastly, I've been asked to remind you that the Needham History Center and Museum has opened an art exhibit featuring the works of longtime town meeting member and artist Robert Larson. For many years, Mr. Larson has been well known in Needham for his editorial cartoons and that appeared in the Needham Chronicle and the Needham Times. The exhibit contains many examples of those cartoons. I think I've actually been in some of them, so I have to go see the exhibit. As well as extensive samples of his commercial artwork and some of his fine art pieces as well. The exhibit can be viewed at the Little Red Schoolhouse at the Needham History Center. For more information, please visit the website needhamhistory.org. That concludes our announcements. So we move on to the warrant now. First, with regard to the main motions under each of the articles, there are no changes in the main motions from the wording of the articles that I need to bring to your attention. Second, we try to list the articles under which proponents no longer wish to present a main motion to this meeting. There is one in this warrant, and that is Article 9 on page 8. Article 9 on page 8, and that is gone. Next, identifying for you articles that are subject to motions to amend from their proponents or other motions, sometimes like a motion to refer from their proponents that cannot be presented to you under the consent calendar and passed by unanimous consent. And there is one in this article, in this warrant, and that is Article 10, page 8. Article 10, page 8 will be subject to a motion to amend. Moving right along, we come to the consent calendar. As is our custom, I will now read the articles in the warrant by their number, the eligible articles. And once I read that article, I will listen and I will ask anyone who desires that this article be placed on the floor with its main motion for discussion, debate, and possible motions, express that view by saying question and raising their hand or gaining some attention. Question usually does it. Hopefully, prior to this meeting, members have had the opportunity to view the presentations posted on the town website, to review the information contained in the warrant, and also supplemental materials that were posted on the website, as well as materials that were mailed to your homes. And hopefully you've also had the opportunity to collect additional information if necessary and pose questions to town officials. Accordingly, when you consider the warrant and you consider what we have to do and the business we have before us, please act thoughtfully and consider which articles truly require discussion at this meeting. Those articles for which nothing is stated will, as is customary, be deemed adopted by unanimous consent, and they will be disposed of during this phase of our meeting. They will never come before the floor, having been enacted by unanimous consent. So, we have a warrant with 14 articles, and we start with Article 1. Article 2. Article 3. Article 4. Article 5. Article 6. Article 7. Question. Article 8. Question. Article 11. Let me try that again. I thought I heard nothing. Did you hear that? Article 11. Question. A little delay there. Article 12. Article 13. Question. Article 14. Question. All right. If you give me just a brief moment to confer with the town clerk and compare our notes. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The following articles were called by number. A request for interest in the form of the outcry of question was sought, and none was received. Those articles are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 12. Articles, the aforementioned articles, and the the main motions for which have been on file at the town clerk's office for at least 7 days before this special town meeting received no requests for discussion or debate at this meeting. They are thereby unanimously enacted by this body by unanimous consent. And therefore, I declare Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 12 disposed of. We'll move right into our discussion. And our discussion begins with Article 7. Under Article 7, Mr. Kevin Keene moves to appropriate for a Needham climate action planning. The amount of the appropriation is $55,000. The text of the main motion is identical to the article appearing as 7 in your special town meeting warrant. To provide the reminder presentation on behalf of the proponents, the Select Board, Mr. Kevin Keene, member of the Select Board.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sorry about that. Sorry, Mr. Moderator. Scoot up on the mic. Town meeting members, happy Diwali. I'll talk about Article 7, appropriate for Needham climate action planning. As a member of the Needham Select Board, one of the committees I serve on is the town's 9-member Climate Action Plan Committee, CAPC. We have been meeting since last March. Given the dangers of climate change and the deadly weather we have seen this summer, this article takes on a special urgency. The work of the Climate Action Plan Committee is important, it's engaging, and it very quickly ramps up to be technical. There's a lot of science and a lot of math, and that's a good thing. The Climate Action Plan Committee is charged with advising Needham on best options for us to meet the state's increasingly stringent climate mitigation and resilience goals. The state requires that greenhouse gas emissions be cut by 50% in the next 8 years, 75% by 2040, and we must reach net zero by 2050. And it's not hyperbole to say that we are in a bit of a race with the clock. Time is not a luxury we have. So this is why we bring this article to you now at fall town meeting. The committee is at a point in our work where we need an in-depth statistical analysis of Needham's greenhouse gas profile to identify risk and to inform recommendations. Article 7 is asking you, town meeting members, to approve an appropriation of $55,000 to fund a specialized consultant necessary to do the analysis. This consultant will collect data, inventory a greenhouse gas profile, chart it, graph it, provide valuable outside perspective, supply technical expertise, and recommend actionable steps along with metrics for measuring progress. This report will be an informed and intelligent roadmap to guide future decisions. In addition, having the study will make the town eligible for numerous applicable state and federal grants. This $55,000 should be seen as an investment necessary to unlock some of the millions of dollars that have been set aside by government for grant funds. Last fall, town meeting members enthusiastically supported Article 11, a resolution declaring a climate and ecological emergency. This request for funding at fall town meeting reflects the urgency and the seriousness with which town meeting wants this issue addressed. This request is wise, measured, and necessary to keep the work of the Climate Action Plan Committee on track, and the Select Board recommends adoption of this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. Speaking on behalf of the Finance Committee, Ms. Louise Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, fellow town meeting members. The Finance Committee recommends that Article 7, appropriate for climate action planning, not be adopted. And I would like to point out initially that a recommendation by the Finance Committee to not adopt an article is not a recommendation against the subject matter of the article. It is a recommendation against the funding, which is what we provide an opinion on. So the Finance Committee looked at two primary questions when evaluating this particular request. It is a request for cash funding out of the tax levy of $55,000. The Finance Committee asked what the scope of work that the $55,000 would be spent on would be, and the scope of work for this particular item has not yet been developed. It is not clear whether this is the correct amount or what the funding would be used for. Other communities have climate action plans and have spent varying amounts. Some amounts have been substantially more than what is being requested in this particular article. The second reason why the Finance Committee voted to not adopt this article is because there is a budget process where requests from the tax levy are considered together and prioritized. By bringing something outside of the budget process in the special town meeting is essentially prioritizing that particular expenditure over other expenditures. The Finance Committee asked what the urgency was for this particular expenditure, why it could not wait until the spring and be considered with all other budget articles, and we were not provided a particular urgency for this plan at this time. I would also note for town meeting that there is a process to obtain funding through the reserve fund for unanticipated expenditures, and those are brought to the Finance Committee, and Finance Committee basically asks for the same questions: what is the scope of work and why does the expenditure need to take place now? For those reasons, the Finance Committee recommends that Article 7 not be adopted. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Discussion, the main motion under Article 7. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Jakes will adjust that for you. We're going to hear you like 1,000 watts. There you go.
My name is Carol Urwitz from Precinct J, and I have a couple of questions for the Climate Action Committee. The Finance Committee had asked if there was an urgency. Would you speak to that so we could understand if this would help speed up our climate consciousness and would have a practical effect, like some towns are not using plastic bags anymore, that can speed up our assistance in climate safety, then that would be great. If we would not speed up the process, or if we have not found the consultant and that will take a year, I guess I would just like to know an explanation for why we should do it now, and I hope there's a great one because I'm all for climate action.
Thank you, Ms. Urwitz. Question for the proponents. Mr. Keene to respond to the member's question.
Thank you, Carol. Very good question. If we get this delayed, we will be off by perhaps getting a study done by next January. So we want to expedite this because we feel getting the consultant in and getting the movement would be very advantageous for the town. Thank you.
Discussion on the main motion. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Come on out.
Is this on? No. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to respond to the question. I'm Stephen
Just need your name and precinct.
Stephen Frail, Precinct G. I'm also the chair of the Climate Action Plan Committee. So I'd like to address a couple of things. One is the urgency question that was just posed. So first of all, the Climate Action Plan Committee has been making very good progress this year. The timing of this has to do with the fact that we were constituted in March of this year and made very speedy progress towards a first draft of our Climate Action Plan. We anticipate running out of runway at January. That's when our expertise as the volunteer community is essentially going to run its course. That's when we need the technical consultant. That is why we're asking for the funding today and not in the spring. Otherwise, we risk becoming idle in the spring. The other reason for the urgency is that there has actually been quite a bit of funding that has become available for climate actions, both at the state and federal level. So there was a law passed at the at Massachusetts this year that unlocks a lot of funding for things like heat pumps, electric vehicles, energy retrofits, all of the various types of actions that can make a big difference in both the municipal greenhouse gas emissions as well as consumers and businesses. And so knowing what those are, what those sources of funding are, we'd like to make sure that we're positioned to take advantage of that grant funding as it becomes available. A consultant can help us identify and prioritize the projects that we want to work on that take the best advantage of those sources of funding. At the federal level, the Inflation Reduction Act is also another major source of funding for action on climate change, and we'd also like to make sure that we are identifying the funding sources that we can take advantage of from the federal government. I'd also like to briefly just go through the specifics of what the consultant is going to provide for us that we can't ourselves do. And so there is a number of technical things that the consultant is going to have to give us, and so that includes conducting a deeper greenhouse gas emissions inventory with a reduction assessment and cost-benefit analysis, particularly on greenhouse gas emissions, public health, economic, and equity dimensions for actions that we're proposing for the next 5 to 10 years, to evaluate projected emissions for the town of Needham to include status quo scenarios, so business as usual if we do nothing, versus the scenarios that are implemented, proposed, based on the proposed actions of the Climate Action Plan. They'll be creating graphics, charts, as well as other resources to help all stakeholders in Needham understand what the Climate Action Plan is and how we can take advantage of it. And then recommending a clear methodology for regularly evaluating and updating the plan, completing implementation templates, detailing steps, timing, financing, barriers, equity considerations, resilience, co-benefits, indicators of success for our highest priority actions. These are all things that are beyond the capabilities and technical expertise of the committee. We need a consultant to do it. We will have to hire a consultant at some point to get to the finish line, and it just makes more sense to do that in January once we've gotten the first draft written, as opposed to waiting potentially another 6 months and then potentially missing out on sources of grant funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frail. Discussion, the main motion under Article 7. Yes, sir.
Paul Alpert, Precinct C. I appreciate that explanation by Mr. Friel. It was very informative. And so it raises the question in my mind. There's a lot of work that they're going to be asking the consultant to do. I'd like to know whether the committee has begun to search for this consultant and whether $55,000 is the appropriate figure. How did they arrive at $55,000? Are they sure that they can get a consultant for that amount of money? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alpert. Question for the proponents. Mr. Keene, to respond to the member's question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Could Mr. Frail step up and provide some insights? Would that be allowed?
Mr. Keene has asked me to recognize Mr. Frail to provide an answer to the member's question. Mr. Frail?
Thank you. Stephen Frail, Precinct G. So we did do evaluation of climate action plans from various other towns. And we looked at the scope of work that those other towns had asked consultants to go through. A number of towns had the consultants go through the entire process, so from start to finish. And those plans often cost in the realm of $100,000 to $120,000 for the consultants. We've looked at peer towns like Acton, for example, that has recently completed its climate action plan, and the scope of work that Acton had with its consultant was very similar to what we're asking a consultant to do for our plan, and theirs was at $50,000 or just under. And there have been a number of others that are in that ballpark. We're at the low end of the range for the cost of climate action plans, the high end being over $100,000. And that's, I think, a testament to the work of the volunteer committee. In terms of timing, we believe that we can follow a RFQ process, and I'm not going to claim to be an expert on that, but in consultations with town staff, they feel like we can get a consultant on board in January if we get the funding for it now. And that includes drafting the RFQ, putting it out, and getting a consultant on board and up to speed by January, which would allow them to dovetail with the work the committee should be completing by that time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Discussion. Mrs. Sokol.
Well,
Mr. Jakes is going to come down and fix that for you, Mrs. Sokol. Just hang with us for a moment.
Yeah, I apologize. My doctor told me I lost 3 inches this year, which was extremely depressing.
Well, that must be some kind of a world record, Mrs. Sokol, so you should be very proud of yourself. Congratulations.
No, very depressing to go from 5'2" to 4'11". Anyway, I rise in support of the article. And I rise because I understand it is important to keep on schedules. I do appreciate that. And I appreciate why the Finance Committee expressed. But it seems to me that the damage done by climate change follows no schedule. And that the earlier that we can attack it or attempt to protect against it, maybe necessitates not sticking exactly to the form that we usually do. So I rise in support because I rise, as always, for my grandchildren and the generations that come after me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Sokol. Discussion? Mr. Crimmins.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Crimmins, Precinct G. Way more often than not, I find myself in agreement with the Finance Committee. You could even say I love the Finance Committee. But in this case, time is of the essence. And if we could spend $70,000 doing a room study on the senior center, as we did last May, we can spend $55,000 on climate change. So let's pass this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crimmins. Discussion. Mr. Lunetta.
Mr. Moderator, Rick Lunetta, Precinct D. It seems to me that there may be a win-win here. I don't think this body disagrees with the validity of this expenditure, and I think the Finance Committee put out their arm and said, how about reserve fund transfer? That seems to me an appropriate way to do win-win. They get a chance to take all the articles in the spring and weigh them against each other, and this article moves forward with the finance that it needs now. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Lunetta. Further discussion under Article 7, main motion. Hearing none, we come to the vote. Under Article 7, Mr. Kevin Keene moves that the town appropriate for Needham Climate Action Planning. The amount of the appropriation is $55,000. The source is the tax levy. The text of the main motion is identical to Article 7 in your Special Town Meeting Warrant. On the main motion, majority required for passage. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by nay? Nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and I declare Article 7 disposed of. We come next to Article 8. Under Article 8, Mr. Adam Block moves to amend the zoning bylaw schedule of use regulations, brew pub and microbrewery. The text of the main motion is identical to the article appearing as 8 in your special town meeting warrant. To deliver the 5-minute reminder, maximum 5-minute reminder presentation on behalf of the Planning Board is Mr. Block, its chair. Mr. Block.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, fellow town meeting members. Article 8 modifies our zoning bylaw to allow, by special permit only, microbreweries and brew pubs in certain parts of Needham. Slide, please. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. A brew pub is defined as an eat-in restaurant duly licensed to produce package and sell beer. Its primary business is the restaurant operation, and its accessory business is the beer operation, which remains accessory to the restaurant operation for 2 reasons. First, because the brew pub can only sell up to 40% of its total beer capacity to up to 40% of its total beer capacity to wholesalers or retailers, other establishments, and because, number 2, like all other restaurants in town that sell alcohol, the brew pub's on-site beer sales cannot exceed 35% of total on-site sale of food and alcohol. Outdoor dining and live indoor entertainment are allowed where such uses are permitted in the underlying zoning districts. Slide, please. Thank you. A microbrewery is defined as a duly licensed facility that produces, packages, and sells beer with a maximum capacity of 15,000 barrels produced per year. Its primary business is the beer operation. Such a facility may include food for indoor dining or takeout, yet food must be available on site if a microbrewery is also duly licensed to serve beer for on-premises consumption. In other words, if you can drink a beer on site, the facility must provide food service. The facility may host events and tours. Outdoor dining and live indoor entertainment are permitted where allowed in the underlying zoning district. Slide, please. So, in the map behind me, which is a town GIS map through our assessor's office, which we appreciate providing, if the zoning amendment is adopted, brew pubs shown on the screen behind me in a light brown shade will be allowed in the following districts, starting at the bottom of Chestnut Street. The Chestnut Street Business District, but only that portion west of Chestnut and south of Keith Place, the Center Business District, and continuing along north on Highland Avenue, the Business District, the Avery Square Business District, and the Industrial District, but only that portion of the Industrial District that's within 150 feet of Arbor Road, rather. Microbreweries will be allowed in Industrial 1, shown above me in that area in pink. If this article is adopted, both brew pubs and microbreweries, together shown here in green, will be allowed in the mixed-use 128 district, the New England Business Center, but only that portion that is west and south of 2nd Avenue, the Industrial District, but only that part of the Industrial District that's east of 128, and Highland Commercial 128, but only that part that is either north of Highland Avenue or, if south of Highland Avenue, west of 2nd Avenue. And that's to promote public health, safety, and general welfare in areas that contain unique features and to minimize disturbances of densely populated residential areas, residential enclaves, and densely populated established commercial areas along major arterial roads. We have thoughtfully excluded all residential districts, Highway Commercial 1, the Industrial District, in addition to the portions that I just mentioned of the Industrial District, Chestnut Street Business, New England Business Center, Highland Commercial 128. Slide, please, Miles. Thank you. So we see brew pubs and microbreweries as contributing towards a vibrant mix of business within town and as opportunities for placemaking. These uses will require a special permit. The special permit process includes opportunities for public comment and testimony, enables the planning board to study the impacts of any proposed brewery or a brew pub or microbrewery, and to impose reasonable conditions on the impacts to blunt any of these impacts in the operations. We ask for your affirmative vote on Article 8. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Block. Does the Finance Committee wish to make a reminder presentation? Yes? Very well. Ms. Fischetti, on behalf of the Finance Committee.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Moderator and fellow town meeting members, and thank you, Mr. Block, for that very comprehensive presentation. Article 8 has been in process, at least for the Finance Committee's perspective, for almost 1 year when the Planning Board began to consider the inclusion of brew pubs and microbreweries as permitted businesses within the town of Needham. In the Finance Committee meeting of April 6, 2022, prior to May town meeting, the Planning Board came before the Finance Committee to explain the zoning bylaw changes that would be required to add brew pubs and microbreweries to the portfolio of restaurants and eating and drinking establishments that are permitted in town. There were issues of what defined a brew pub and microbrewery that Mr. Block has outlined previously. We were helped to understand what the business model was at each establishment and where they might be most appropriately located. What was clear from our initial meeting with the Planning Board was the regulations surrounding the issuance of liquor licenses would need to be revised to accommodate both existing restaurant and food establishments and brew pubs and microbreweries, so that all would be on an even playing field in terms of what liquor license, what is permitted, the hours of operation, sale of food, alcohol, restaurant or brew pub, etc. Over the summer, the Select Board revised their liquor license policy to include a farmer's series pouring permit for a microbrewery. A brew pub would require essentially the same liquor licenses as existing restaurant and eating establishments. The Planning Board then held public hearings on the proposed zoning bylaw changes and really thoughtfully listened to all residents' concerns. They were careful and within the same zoning district, very specific as to where a brew pub or microbrewery could be built. The Finance Committee members in the fall were concerned that perhaps the proposed zoning amendments were so specific they were in violation of the Massachusetts state law's uniformity requirement. And we requested that town council be consulted on this issue. We were satisfied with town council's conclusion that this would not be in conflict with the uniformity requirement. In short, this somewhat lengthy and deliberate process undertaken by the Planning Board, the Select Board, along with questions asked by the Finance Committee along the way, has resulted in a zoning bylaw change that will be economically beneficial to the town and its residents if a brew pub or microbrewery were to be constructed, while providing an even playing field for existing restaurant establishments with respect to the sale of food and alcohol. Mr. Moderator and fellow town meeting members, the Finance Committee unanimously recommends adoption of Article 8, amend the zoning bylaws for brew pubs and microbreweries. Cheers.
Well done. Thank you, Ms. Fischetti. Discussion under Article 8. Mr. Harkins. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm Thomas Harkins, Precinct G. I am a beer tourist. Whenever I travel, I visit breweries. So far, I've visited 202 breweries, 60 of them in Massachusetts. I have seen that breweries bring a lot to a community. For over a decade, I've been telling this to anyone who would listen. So here we are. I have to commend the Planning Board and the Select Board for getting us here today. This article is a little more restrictive than I would like, but to quote the Rolling Stones, you can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. I think this article will get the breweries and/or brew pubs the town deserves. I urge support of this article.
Thank you, Mr. Harkins. I don't remember the Rolling Stones being quoted on the floor of town meeting, but there's a first or a thirst for everything. What? Discussion under Article 8. Hearing none, we come to the vote. Under Article 8, Mr. Adam Block moves that the town amend the zoning bylaw, schedule of use regulations, brew pub and microbrewery. The text of Article 8 is identical, the text of the main motion is identical to the Article 8 in your special town meeting warrant. This is an amendment of our zoning bylaw, and for that reason requires a 2/3 vote for passage. On the main motion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by nay. The ayes have it. Unanimous vote. The motion carries, and I declare Article 8 disposed of. The next we need to hop to the next article right now. The next article for your consideration is Article 10. Under Article 10, Ms. Mary Ann Cooley moves that the town appropriate for Emery Grover renovation supplement. The text of the main motion is identical to Article 10 in your special town meeting warrant. Ms. Cooley has also tendered a motion to amend. That motion to amend reads as follows. Moved that the main motion under Article 10 be amended by deleting in the first line the words "a sum" and inserting in place thereof the sum $2,725,000, by deleting in the 8th line the sum $1 million, and inserting in place thereof the sum, quote, $1,090,000, close quote, and by deleting in the 9th and 10th lines the words, quote, "a sum," close quote, and inserting in place thereof the sum of, quote, $1,295,000, end quote. To speak to the main motion under Article 10 and the motion to amend, Ms. Mary Ann Cooley, Chair of the Select Board.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members. The Select Board urges your adoption of this article and the amendment. With town meeting's approval, the building is now designed and bid. We are ready to award contracts and proceed to build. It's time to do that. While the building climate is imperfect now, it's not expected to become any cheaper, and so we go forward to completion. We urge your adoption of the article and the amendment for the additional $2.725 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooley. To speak in a reminder presentation on behalf of the Finance Committee, Mr. John Connolly, Chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good evening, fellow town meeting members. The Finance Committee voted to recommend adoption of Article 10 as amended to appropriate an additional $2.725 million for the purpose of reconstructing the Emery Grover building for school administration. This additional funding will bring the total cost of the project for design and construction to $23.6 million. The $2,725,000 in additional funding will come from three sources. $340,000 will come from unspent balances from completed school projects. $1,090,000 will come from the overlay surplus fund, and $1,295,000 will be borrowed in new borrowing. As explained in the video, these are typical sources that we use for situations like this and projects like this. One note on the borrowing: this will be new borrowing for this project, and while it is usual to borrow for capital projects such as this that will last for 20 years or more, it must be noted that this borrowing will further cut into our availability capacity for general fund borrowing, bringing us right up against the town's longstanding 3% debt limit. And so this must be kept in mind for future capital projects that are put in front of you. With respect to the Emery Grover construction itself, the cost of the building has substantially increased since the project was first presented to town meeting. A year ago, in October 2021, when town meeting approved design funds to be spent, the total project cost was estimated to be $20,875,000. Now that the project has gone through the design and construction bidding phases, and with the additional funding that's now being requested, the total project cost is at $23.6 million, a 13% increase from a year ago. What must be noted here is that while the $20,875,000 original project budget contains substantial contingencies for expected escalation, supply chain, and labor shortage issues, those contingencies proved to be insufficient, such that an additional $2,725,000 is now needed to build the project. For the Finance Committee, the takeaways from this are twofold. First, every effort must be made in the capital project planning stages to estimate the full costs of projects as accurately as possible at the time when the projects are approved, so the town meeting knows the true fiscal ramifications of the projects at the time, and also to prevent circumstances such as the one we're in right now, where additional funding is requested so soon after the project was originally approved. And the second takeaway is the question: at what point do we say that enough is enough and that a project has just become too expensive to build? In the end, however, the Finance Committee was persuaded that the additional requested funding of $2,725,000 is warranted so as to proceed with the Emery Grover project. The project has been approved by town meeting on 2 previous occasions, in October of 2021 for design funds and last May for construction funds. The work at the Hillside School to transform it into swing space to accommodate school administration while Emery Grover is under construction is nearly complete, and it has come under budget, which is a positive development. The town now has a hard bid in hand from a reputable general contractor who is providing a performance bond guaranteeing that it will construct the Emery Grover project for the amount that it bid. And the project will be carrying a construction contingency of 17%, which should be more than sufficient to cover any change orders that may arise during construction. We fully expect that this additional funding requested tonight of $2,725,000 will be the last funding needed so that Emery Grover can be reconstructed. For all these reasons, the Finance Committee recommends that Article 10, as amended, be adopted by this special town meeting. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Discussion under Article 10, the main motion and the motion to amend. Yes, sir, in the back.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Barry Pollack from Precinct J. I have a few questions for the Finance Committee, if I may pose it in that direction.
Yes.
The first question, this was presented at the first meeting for just design funds, and I would ask the Finance Committee to opine on whether or not there's a better process we can use for such a expensive ordeal. I think this was controversial when it started. It's now underway. It passed. But is there a better process? Because we were asked to approve minimal funds, not minimal, but much smaller than the total cost of the project, which made it an easier pass. Is there something better we can do there? Second, in what ways is this going to affect our ability to address school issues more directly? I love that we're spending money related to schools, but I think the schools themselves are facing post-COVID, hopefully post-COVID, but seems post-COVID challenges. And lastly, you said towards the end of your presentation that you understand this is the last request of town meeting. I didn't hear the exact words, so I don't want to quote it incorrectly, but how certain are we that this is going to be the last request for an increase in funds? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollack. 3 questions for the Finance Committee. Mr. Connolly, I have them. I'll restate them for the meeting. I think Mr. Pollack did a good job articulating them. But one is reckoning back to the first approval of design funds, which was a smaller amount. Is there a better process we can use in order to, I think, have a view of what's coming down the road? Second, in what ways will this affect any future expenditures required on our schools? And how certain is the Finance Committee that is indeed the last request? Mr. Connolly, to respond to the members' questions.
Mr. Moderator, if I may, can I take them in reverse order?
Absolutely. Okay. Totally your prerogative.
Certainly. So with respect to the last question about the confidence in that this will be the last request to town meeting for funding, we base that on 2 things. First of all, we now have a bid which is protected by a bond from the surety for the general contractor, which requires the general contractor and a surety to make sure that the project is completed at its bid price. So we have that now in place. That's the first time in this project that we have that. And it's expected that this is when we would have it. Secondly, as I said in my presentation, there is a 17% contingency that's being held that's within the total project amount of the $23 million. And that 17% contingency will be available for change orders that might arise, and it's expected that there will be change orders that will arise in a building such as that. And so with that contingency in place and with the hard bid in place, we are confident and we fully expect that there will be no further requests for funding for this project. That's question number 3. With respect to number 2, I'm going to just answer it briefly, and then there's 2 things that we do on the Finance Committee. One is on the operating budget side, and the second is on the capital side. With respect to any funds that the school might be looking for on the operating side, we will be beginning our budget process for that over the next several months, and that will be, as it always is every year, an engaged process where we work closely with school administration and the school department and the school committee on those matters, and I'm sure that as those discussions play out, you'll hear from all of those groups about the operating budget and what items might need to be or not need to be in that. With respect to capital, that is a matter that we will, you'll hear more coming up on that, very much so as Mitchell School and Pollard and have more discussion with respect to feasibility studies and expected costs of those. Undoubtedly, those projects will require debt exclusion votes, and there'll be plenty of discussion on those that we're expecting is going to take place this fall and into the winter and next year that you'll hear much more from us. But with respect to this particular article, from the Finance Committee's view, this additional appropriation does not affect the current operating funds of the school or the ability to address those operating funds in a sufficient way going forward. With respect to capital, there's a lot on our plate there, and you'll hear more from us on that. And then with respect to the first question, if I may, Mr. Moderator, I'm not sure the Finance Committee is in a position to opine on whether there's a better way. What I can say and what the Finance Committee can say is that the procurement for this project has followed the procurement that we do for all our projects and the state laws that are in play and are applicable. And the process of first appropriating for design so that you know what the design of the building is and have that design include construction documents, which then can go out to bidders, and for the bidders to bid on those construction documents and come in with a hard bid, such as was done here. All of those processes, which have stood the town very well in the years on past projects, has been followed here. It was noted by Ms. Cooley that we're clearly in a different and unusual environment with respect to escalation and labor shortage and supply chain matters. And that certainly played a part in what happened here. Not an answer as to a better way or wrong way, but it's just an explanation of what happened here and the process that we followed. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Discussion under Article 10. Yes, in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Town meeting members. My name is Georgina Arietta Rutnick. I am from Precinct J. And I just have, I guess I'm just wondering, with the change relative to the notation underneath the article, so instead of the original $4.4 million, no, I'm sorry, yeah, $4.4 million overage is just going to be a 2.7+ million overage. Will that still impact the square footage? Because according to the notes, the revised concept reduces the original building scope by approximately 1/3. And there will be an addition of 18,000 GSF that won't be built, which results in the relocation of the educational technology head end room function to other schools. So how is that going to impact how technology folks are going to work with the rest of administration? And essentially, we're getting less building for more money, I believe is what I'm reading in the notes.
Very well. I'll
you.
put that question to the proponents. In summary, Ms. Cooley, did you hear the member's question well?
I think I did hear the member's question, Mr. Moderator, so let me try and you'll add if there's something, but I'd just like to start by saying that discussion about what the building will be and what the program is in the building were actually previously agreed to and negotiated with the school committee prior to this process where bids went out. So those decisions were already made and had been reviewed earlier. That's not actually new information. It was just reminding town meeting about the decisions that were made. And then I would ask Mr. Moderator, I don't know if the schools want to add anything, but it has been discussed. No? So the school committee is comfortable with the program and that the program can be delivered in a way that's appropriate and that meets the needs of the town.
Thank you, Ms. Cooley. Discussion? Sure, quickly, because we do want to get to other people.
Just my second question about how the technology folks not being in the building is going to impact their working relationship with the rest of administration. Thank you.
Thank you again. I'll direct that question to the proponents. Ms. Cooley?
I don't know if Mr. Spangler would like to speak for a moment. Historically, right, as somebody who started my town service career on the school committee, I can tell you that for most of the time when I was on the school committee, the technology folks were separate from the administrative folks. It was not a barrier to their relationship, but he'll be able to tell you what the current plan is.
Ms. Cooley has asked me to recognize Mr. Spangler, member of the school committee, and I would do that to answer the member's question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, town meeting members. Thank you for your question. Again, this is the same plan that was discussed and approved in May. The technology department is currently at Hillside and will remain so throughout the renovation and post. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, and I think, Mr. Spangler, while I have you there, just because the member asked, is there any disadvantage to not having that in the same building or anything like that?
There is no disadvantage.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Spangler. Discussion, Article 10. Mr. Kremens.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is John Crimmings, Precinct G. If we go back to the town meeting in May, there were serious concerns on the part of the Finance Committee regarding Article 21, which was the appropriation for Emery Grover renovation, which I voted against. In fact, the FinCom vote, I believe, was 5-3 in recommending adoption, but they were concerned about two things: the amount being asked for being based on estimates, and there was no mention by proponents on the impact of that Article 21 on tonight's Article 10 on the future capital projects, including Mitchell, Pollard, and the DPW. It was always my understanding, or was until May's town meeting, that the 10% debt limit sales rules and regulations that this body adopted was a red line not to be crossed. I was told afterwards that it was very much a guideline, and that it was the 3% debt service limit on borrowing, that was a red line. I'd like to hear from the FinCom, with the previous mentioned future capital projects in mind, how is town meeting going to fund Emery Grover now and fund Mitchell, Pollard, and DPW and stay within the 10% debt limit guideline and the 3% debt limit service red line? How can we do all that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crimmins. Mr. Connolly, Chair of the Finance Committee, to respond to the member's question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, Mr. Crimmins. I think you've probably asked the billion-dollar question. With respect to the Finance Committee recommending approval of this article with its amendment, the Finance Committee was mindful that town meeting on 2 occasions approved this project. And that the project had been fully designed and fully put out to bid. We had a hard bid number in place, and the expertise of the Permanent Public Building Committee, the architect, and the outside OPM to assist in making sure that the project now is at that stage can be completed for the amount that we're now appropriating. I said in my presentation, both in the video and you'll hear from us later today and then going forward, that there is capacity within the 3% debt limit to approve this borrowing at this time. Having said that, that brings us right up to the 3%. And so on a going forward basis, when new or other or unidentified projects are presented to us, we're going to have that dilemma, and we're going to have that question that we're all collectively going to have to decide what can we do and how we can do it. However, as we stand here today with respect to this request for this amount of money for this project, there is capacity within the 3%, and that's why we're proposing it, with a caveat that it will certainly affect future projects and future things that are brought in front of us. With respect to the large capital projects of the Mitchell School and the Pollard School, and I'll add the DPW complex to that, there is a financing plan that will be is in the works, and we've been looking for it for quite some time. We've been told now that it will be presented to us in early November. We are very much looking forward to seeing what that says. There's no doubt that to do all the projects within a time frame that is quicker rather than later would cause us to go over our guidelines, both on the 3% and the 10%. And so obviously that's a collective discussion that is going to involve everyone in the town, all the boards and committees and all the taxpayers who are going to have to collectively confront that challenge to see what can be done and how it can be done. So those are the items that are in the future, and there's no question that there's many expensive projects that are out there that if they're going to occur, are going to require some hard discussions about our debt limits and our debt capacity and what we can do and when we can do it. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Further discussion under Article 10, the main motion, the motion to amend. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Holly Charbonnier, Precinct J. My one concern is just about the change orders that come in on a historic project, an older building of this type. From what I've read on the AIA, typically they run around 15% on an average, where regular new builds are only around 8%, and I'm not sure if that affects the materials that have gone up since COVID. So I just am concerned that once the project gets going, we might have additional funds needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Charbonneir. Discussion, Article 10, main motion, the motion to amend. Yep, I'm going to, this gentleman first, Mr. Alpert, I'll come back to you.
I'm just wondering what a no vote would mean.
Need your name?
I'm sorry, Jim Rutnick from Precinct J. I'm just wondering what a no vote would mean.
You mean a negative negative passage, right? Not passing this is your
correct.
question.
If this doesn't get approved, then,
sure.
Then what happens? Yeah.
Okay, fair question, and I'll direct it first to the proponents so that they can share their views. Ms. Cooley, to respond to the member's question.
If town meeting were to, Mr. Moderator, if town meeting were to vote no this evening, it would mean that we could not construct the building. So we would have spent the funds to do design and to get the bids and be ready, but we would not be able to construct the building. Presumably, if the town decided to bring it back, it would need to be rebid, and by all indications in the current environment, it would cost more in the future. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Cooley. Mr. Alpert.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Paul Alpert, Precinct C. I just have a quick question because I'm curious as to how the current national interest rate fluctuations as both short-term and long-term interest rates are rising and fairly quickly and sometimes just being very volatile, how that affects our ability to borrow and to forecast how our 3% and our 10% limits will be affected by the requests that are being made tonight and the projects that we seem to have on our plate for the fairly short term. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Certainly, Mr. Alpert. Ms. Cooley, to respond to the member's question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Our town finance director, as many of you know if you've been around for a while, is known for his conservative nature. He's worried that he's less conservative these days as the rates are going up, but he has budgeted for a 7% rate on this particular project, and he is comfortable that we will come in within that guideline. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooley. Yes, Mr. Peckham. Well, absolutely, certainly.
Fort Peckham, Precinct E. I'd just like to offer some history. I went to 7th grade in this building 67 or 68 years ago. And not to put too fine a point on it, but it was a dump then. And I can't believe it's still being occupied. We're at a point where we've got to fix this or tear it down, and I hope we fix it. I'm just as appalled as you are at the price, but it's not going to get any better. We've had one wave of inflation from monetary policy, and we're going to get a second wave from cost-push inflation when all the labor unions and everything demand to catch up with the 8% inflation. We've got to do this now. Please vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peckham. Discussion. The main motion under Article 10, the motion to amend. Hearing none, we come to the vote. There are two items that must be voted separately. The first is the motion to amend. The motion to amend is Ms. Cooley's motion to amend. It was previously read to you by the moderator. It has been displayed on the screen. And the motion to amend requires a majority for passage. So, First, on the motion to amend, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by nay. The ayes have it, unanimous vote. The motion to amend carries. The next vote relates to the main motion under Article 10 as amended. Ms. Cooley moves to appropriate for Emery Grover renovation supplement. But for the amendment which you just voted, the text of the main motion is identical to Article 10 in your warrant. The proponents are seeking authorization to borrow for this expenditure, and for that reason, the main motion as amended requires a 2/3 vote for passage. On the main motion as amended, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by nay. Nay. The ayes have it, 2/3 declared on a voice vote. The motion carries, and I declare Article 10 disposed of. We've been at it for an hour and a half. We'll take a 5-minute recess.
This town meeting session is brought to you by the real estate maven, Suzanne Nissen. The offer is just the beginning. She'll be with you every step of the way.
I call back to order from our recess the special town meeting of October 24, 2022. I have attendance information from the Office of the Town Clerk. Present, 209. Absent, 44. We come next to Article 11. Under Article 11, Ms. Mary Ann Cooley moves to appropriate for a property acquisition. The text of the main motion under Article 11 is identical to the article appearing in your special town meeting warrant. To speak on behalf of the proponents, which is the Select Board, I recognize the Chair of the Select Board, Ms. Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Town meeting members. Janet Bernardo, Chair of the Conservation Commission, received a call from the trustees of reservations in September 2021. The Foster property has been at the top of the Concom's potential acquisition list since pre-2010. Janet informed me about the opportunity, and I informed the town manager on September 11th a year ago. We subsequently met with trustees of reservations, the broker, and explored whether other conservation organizations as well as state agencies would be able to partner with the town to acquire this property. We found no partners. The seller was looking for a full-price bid for the property of $25 million, and that was too rich for conservation buyers. Then a developer called, who had been alerted to the property's availability by the broker. We met with Northland Residential to explore our mutual interests. We developed a strategy where Northland could create value from clustered development, and the town could top up the bid to bring it to what we hoped would be a winning bid for the seller. There have been 7 bids submitted by Northland and the town, all rejected, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, until number 7 on September 5th. The seller accepted a bid from a different buyer in May, and the property went under agreement. By late July, that arrangement had unraveled, and the town and Northland had begun to bid again. Each step along the way has been a challenge, and now is no different. When we informed town meeting members in early September that there was a signed offer to purchase, we anticipated a signed P&S between the sellers and Northland in 20 days, to be followed shortly thereafter by a development agreement between the town and Northland. The P&S is still not signed, as you all know. The parties expect they will reach agreement. Over the last week, the town initiated a parallel process to draft a development agreement with Northland. The town obtained permission to release some documents this weekend, and the material facts of the agreement are in alignment with the facts that have been provided by the town since early September. 34 acres for the town for $2.5 million, 28 acres for Northland for $18.5 million, which will hold 70 clustered housing units surrounded by at least a 100-foot buffer on all sides with an additional 100-foot setback from the street. As an alternative, I can confirm that land plans which establish the value of the property for the market tell us that 25 units at least may be built on the property. That would result in clear-cutting, most likely, of more than 25 acres because of the way the subdivision and rural conservation lots get laid out. FinCom has raised some questions. The town procured an appraisal last winter, which Town Council says supports the value of the property. The FinCom was concerned that the purchase would crowd out other funding from the 3% debt within the levy limit. But Mr. Davidson's memo indicates that the town forecasted expenditures over the upcoming years fit within this 3%. School renovations for Mitchell and Pollard will be included with the town budget after overrides are passed for them. They are a component of our 10% debt. FinCom asked about funding from the CPC. CPC funding is allocated in the spring. There are not sufficient open space dollars in the CPC to cover this purchase, and immediate restrictions on the use of the property would be required if CPC dollars are used. The town anticipates a small number of children from the 70-unit age-directed development. A much greater number of children would result should the site be redeveloped as 25 large single-family homes. There will be 5% affordable units or 4 units. The town is buying open space for this purchase. We are not buying affordable housing. That is a bonus. The Select Board was asked why it was acquiring 28 acres for general municipal use. During the due diligence period, there are a number of items the developer will need to check, which may require access to other parts of the property. Of particular note, connection to the sewer will run across the lower property from the hill to the river access point. An easement will be required. If that area is under conservation restriction, the work will require permission from the state legislature. So, waiting until any restrictions are put in place will let those details get sorted out and will not handcuff the ZBA if they have suggestions or minor adjustments to the project. The Select Board is committing to a process with the Conservation Commission and the Parks and Recreation Commission and other interested individuals following acquisition funding approval by town meeting to make a recommendation for how the land should be allocated. It will all be used for open space and passive recreation, regardless of the jurisdictional body. We will report back with a recommendation or update at the next annual town meeting. Last, reality always wins. There's plenty of wishful thinking about what could happen, but the property will be sold and it will be developed. And the question is whether the town will continue to be able to access and benefit from this land in the future. The Select Board asks for your support of the requested $2.5 million to acquire 34 acres of open space for the town that offers unique river access compared to any other spot. This land is a gem. We ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Cooley. Presenting the reminder presentation on behalf of the Finance Committee, Mr. John Connolly, the Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good evening again, fellow town meeting members. I will not repeat all the detailed video presentation, but will focus on the lack of process and the necessary context in which the Finance Committee believes that this article should be considered. The Finance Committee agrees that this is beautiful property. The Finance Committee also agrees that open space is desirable under the right circumstances. But that is not where the discussion ends. Instead, that is where the discussion starts. To review what the process has been to acquire this proposed open space, and to review the entire context of the manner under which the open space is proposed to be acquired. As we pointed out in the video, the process lacks the necessary and expected information to be able to conclude that this purchase would be in the best interest of the town at this time. We are just lacking basic information about the proposed transaction. On Saturday, just 2 days ago, the Finance Committee members first saw the offer to purchase between the property owner and the proposed developer, Northland, in a draft development agreement between Northland and the town. The Finance Committee has not had a chance to discuss the information in these documents. Furthermore, there is still missing information. There is no appraisal supporting the purchase price to be paid for the property. We just heard that there's been an appraisal in place since last September that Town Council says supports this. That appraisal has not been presented to the Finance Committee, has not been presented to the town, has not been presented to anyone in town meeting. There are no signed purchase and sales agreement in place for any of us to look at. There is no precise data on the 70 townhouse units that are expected to be constructed. what they're going to look like, the size of them, the height of them, or the eligibility for affordability. There's been no wetlands determination. There's been no traffic study. There's been no town fiscal impact analysis detailing what costs the town will bear in the future years related to this 70-unit townhouse development. Without this basic information, the Finance Committee feels that it is inappropriate to support borrowing of $2.5 million at this time to purchase this property. There are many unanswered questions about the proposed 71, 2, and 3-bedroom townhouses, which we understand the developer Northland Residential proposes to construct on the 14 acres of the Castle Farm property, and which the town's approval of through a friendly 40B is a condition for the town to acquire the open space for $2.5 million. The newly revealed draft development agreement, which the Finance Committee was given no opportunity to discuss, states that the town has agreed to support the Northland development with only 4 out of the 70 townhouses to be designated as affordable. Yet, in the previous friendly 40B projects that the town has done at Charles River Landing and at the Kendricks, both in the industrial section are now known as the New England Business District, in the Modera project on Greendale Avenue, in each of those 3 projects, done under friendly 40Bs, which this project is proposed to be done under, the affordable units were set at 25% of the entire project. And the town's own housing and zoning analysis manual, last revised in January of 2022, provides that under a friendly B, 25% of the units are to be affordable. We have questions that we have not had the opportunity to ask, such as, why is the town deviating from the 25% requirement here? And why such a drastic reduction in the affordable component from 25% down to 5%? Again, among the many unanswered questions, which speaks to why the Finance Committee does not support this article at this time. The proponents say that this proposal is a good deal for the town. In our opinion, the party that is getting the good deal is Northland. As an illustration of that, Northland is being allowed, if this article were to pass and the development agreement in its current state to go forward, to build 70 townhouse units, far beyond what is allowed under the current zoning in that area of town. Northland will be selling the townhouses, and based on the sales prices that it has received and is receiving on its projects in Wellesley and in Milton, it would be reasonable to use an average sale price of $1.2 million for each of the 70 units, which results in a total of $84 million. Deducting the $18.5 million that Northland would be paying to purchase the property, and using an estimate of $50 million for construction of the 70 townhouses, that leaves a potential profit to Northland of $15.5 million. While these numbers for average townhouse sale prices and construction costs could be adjusted up or down, what remains the same is by doing this deal, the town would be allowing its partner, Northland, to profit substantially by the town's actions here. Again, this is something that must be investigated and discussed in full before a proposal such as this can be reasonably voted on by town meeting members. It is the responsibility of the Finance Committee and our responsibility as town meeting members to not only consider the purchase itself, but also to consider the full context of the implications to the town. Although this property is beautiful, it is important to consider how it would fit into the context of all the town's existing and planned open space. The Ridge Hill Reservation, which abuts the sale property on both sides of Charles River Street, contains approximately 350 acres of open space with existing walking trails and public access to the Charles River. Very close nearby at the intersection of South Street and Fisher Street is also the 30 acres of open space at the Charles River Peninsula, owned by the trustees of reservations, with its existing riverfront, meadow, parking lot, and boat launch, all open to Needham residents free of charge. The sale property would provide more open space, certainly, but it does not provide something that does not exist already, at least without further expenditure.
Excuse me, Mr. Connolly, you are close to your time, so I just want to ask you to wrap up, sir.
Okay, thank you. We discussed previously in the earlier presentation, and it was relayed in the video, the implications that this project has on capital spending, both presently and going forward. and also the many unexplored costs that will arise from this project should it to go forward with the limited information that we have at this time. In sum, it's the Finance Committee's position that with so much missing information, with so many unanswered questions, and with competing needs for capital funds, it would be imprudent to commit an additional $2.5 million of the town's debt capacity at this time to this purchase of open space with its tied-in 70 townhouse development. And for that and many other reasons, the Finance Committee recommends the town meeting not adopt Article 11. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Next, we have. Okay, let's remember where we are. We are in a lawmaking body here. We're in a legislature, so we don't do that. The next item to be addressed is that I have been provided with a motion to refer from town meeting member Cynthia Landau, Precinct C. Ms. Landau has tendered a motion which states as follows: I move that Article 11 be referred back to the Select Board for further study and due diligence. Referral is to a date certain, no later than February 27th, 2023, or such other date that the Select Board chooses when it has completed its work and is prepared to call a special town meeting for a discussion and a vote. So, to speak in support of her motion to refer, I recognize Ms. Landau.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
And you're free to use the front podium if you wish, Ms. Landau, to face town meeting, or you can choose to use that one.
Oh, this is at the right height, it seems.
Okay. We finally got it right.
Yeah. Fellow town meeting members, members of the Select Board, I'd like to begin by thanking and acknowledging the hard work that the members of the Select Board have gone to put this deal together for us to begin with. Unfortunately, it was hidden, and there was not enough time by the time information started coming forward for people to actually dig in and actually know what we're supporting. I'm not going to go through the whole litany. I'm going to read you what we've written here because I think this covers the basis for why I really believe that town meeting members can't make an informed decision without more information. The moderator read the first paragraph, and here's the body of it. Article 11, appropriate for property acquisition on the Special Town Meeting Warrant, October 24th, 2022, has been prepared without public input or transparency. Below are some but not all of the issues that must be addressed in order for town meeting members to carry out their duties and make an informed decision. Answers to, the list includes answers to questions asked by the Finance Committee in their Article 11 presentation, an official survey report detailing the land the town will be acquiring, answers to questions about the size and scope of the proposed development and an ecologically sensitive area zoned rural residence conservation. And I think that zoning, rural residence conservation, there are only 2 areas in town that carry that particular zoning with conservation attached. One of them is the area in which this property exists, and another of them is another area along Charles River at the south end of town. There's no other place in town that was considered sensitive enough ecologically to be given that designation. Next is ramifications of jettisoning local zoning regulations without any public process or notification. This answers to questions regarding the likely precedent this may set for future sales of estates or other large land holdings in other parts of Needham, impact studies of this large-scale project on the schools, town services, safety, traffic, etc. Reports from ecologists or other scientists about the implications and comparisons of large-scale cluster development versus 1-acre single-family development where only 15% of each acre is buildable. I wouldn't assume that they're going to clear cut a lot in order to build on 15% of it. A signed legally binding memorandum of understanding between the developer and the town, and there need to be public meetings in which citizens are informed of Select Board progress and may have their questions answered. Based on the documents made public a mere 48 hours ago, there is no reason to fear that Northland will withdraw if the vote does not happen tonight. The signed offer to purchase stipulates that Northland has until March 15 to attain approvals that it needs for this project. We don't need to be rushed into making a decision tonight with little information and few hard facts. I encourage all town meeting members to support this motion to defer. We can bring this, the Select Board would have to choose a date. It doesn't have to be as late as February, but some of these questions can be answered and some of this information could be provided, and we could have another special town meeting called specifically for this one item and convene at some time in maybe January or February and get the vote done. So with respect, I'd like you all to think about that anyway. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Landau. So on the floor, we have a main motion, which is the main motion under Article 10, and we have the members' motion to, under 11, pardon me. Thank you. Under 11, and we have the motion to refer, which has now been placed on the floor by the member. Before opening it up to general discussion, I wanted to provide the proponents an opportunity to respond to the motion to refer if you wish. And the same with the Finance Committee. Ms. Cooley, to speak to the motion to refer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members. Well, I understand that the information is imperfect. What I'm going to say is that the information that you saw is consistent with the information that the Select Board said, so that's the first point to recognize, right? And that to answer all the questions that Ms. Landau has raised will require a period of due diligence and significant investment on the part of the developer to get those answers. It is reasonable for the developer to want to understand if town meeting is with him before making that investment. That's our obligation in a fair and reasonable relationship. All right? So I do not think that referring it makes sense. Either you will not have more information than you have today, or if you wait all the way till March, the answer is the deal will not occur for other reasons. That is my supposition at this point. You asked for a number of other things. You asked for answers to the FinCom questions. I hope that people heard those answers in my presentation because I went through them point by point tonight. But things like the survey and ecological resources, those are all things that will need to occur and will be required that do cost money. So I think I'll say thank you at that point. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Certainly. Thank you, Ms. Cooley. I don't know if the Finance Committee wishes to respond to the motion to, or address the motion to refer. Mr. Connolly, and then we'll open it up to general discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We were alerted just before we started here today that there possibly could be a motion to refer, and I think that the motion itself and the information that is requested is all information that we believe is necessary. It's information that we've been asking for since September, and it's certainly information that is needed and necessary for our discussions to be informed, and we believe the discussions of this town meeting to be informed as well. So in light of giving that opportunity for those things to occur, which we had hoped they would occur by now, but they haven't, we'd like to see them occur, and so the motion to refer is appropriate and in line with that, and the consensus of our committee is to support that. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Discussion, or Article 11, the main motion and the motion to refer. Mr. Alpert.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. May I just raise this a little bit, or ask Mr. Jakes to just raise this a little bit for me?
Mr. Jakes. Oh, he's upstairs. Oh, Miles, thank you so much. Mr. Tucker is going to help you out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As many of you know, I was planning to bring a motion to amend tonight. I was actually planning to bring 2 motions to amend, which I have decided not to bring. One of which was to designate the 28 acres be designated as conservation land this evening. And the other was to make it clear that all of the conservation land would be designated as being under the purview of the Conservation Commission. After discussing this with Ms. Cooley this morning, I am not going to bring those motions. I understand the need to keep the 28 acres available for the developer to work with without having to go to the legislature for permission, and so I'm not bringing that motion. I'm not totally satisfied with what Ms. Cooley has said about coming back to us with this. I still plan to advocate between now and May to have all of the land being purchased by the town be conservation land and not have any of it for general municipal purposes, not have any of it available to trade to take property away from Ridge Hill or Town Forest or other conservation land that we already have, because we can substitute this property for it. I feel that this is bordering Ridge Hill. This side of Charles River Street is also Ridge Hill Reservation. I think this should all be part of the Conservation Commission and not Park and Rec. Really don't know where Park and Rec would fit in here, but I do support the passage of the warrant article tonight. I cannot agree with the objections that the Finance Committee has. We have an opportunity to purchase 34 acres of conservation land for $2.5 million. That is a steal. The property behind my house on Charles River Street, a half a mile from this property, a 1-acre lot where the house was torn down, sold for $1.4 million. And we're going to get 34 acres for $2.5 million. We don't need an appraisal. What is a property worth? Appraisals can give you an estimate, but a property is worth what a willing buyer is willing to pay to a willing seller. And we have a willing buyer here in Northland and a willing seller here in the Foster family, and they've reached an agreement at 18.5 plus 2.5, $21 million. This property is worth $21 million. I don't need an appraisal to tell me that this property isn't worth $21 million. Traffic studies, I'm on the planning board. I can tell you that traffic studies can give you some information. They're not going to tell you a lot about what traffic is actually going to be. But I've thought about this property. I've thought about 70 townhouses, and I've thought about 26 to 30 single-family homes with 3-car garages and the ability to put ADUs on them. And you're probably going to have as many cars coming out of this project with 70 townhouses as you are with 26 to 30 single-family homes that will have 3-car garages and which will have drivers filling them, plus possibly a 4th or a 5th car for the ADUs. I support this project for tonight. Are there issues with the agreement which has not been finalized with the developer? Absolutely.
Mr. Albert, you are at time, so could I?
Thank you. I will finish up. I would hope that there can still be some negotiation with the developer, especially on the affordable housing issue. But I just want to say that I think that if we don't pass this tonight, this project is not going to go. I think the Foster family will just say, fine, we'll sell it to somebody else, and we won't have the ability to purchase this 34 acres for only $2.5 million. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Alpert. Discussion. Mr. Handel.
May I speak from here, sir?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, fellow town meeting members. My name is Mo Handel. I live in Precinct I. This property is on the market. It will be sold. We all know that. I'd like to add some perspective, an historical perspective, with some of the things that have been said. I don't want to be redundant. We did friendly 40Bs with Kendrick Street and Charles River Landing at a time when Needham had not reached its 10%. Those projects were instrumental in getting us to that 10%, along with Moderna, which was not a friendly 40B and came in originally at almost 300 units, and we were able to get it down to only 138, and it's still, but it was not friendly. Mr. Alpert talked about the lack of appraisal. The house across the street from me, which does not have a 1 acre or a 14-acre vegetative barrier, is going for $2.5 million when it's complete. $2.5 million for the amount of land here is, as was stated earlier, a very favorable price to the town. There's a question of ownership of the property and timing. We do not own this parcel, and we won't until everything transpires. But we need to give the Select Board, which has done an amazing job on this, the time and the flexibility to get in the game with the authority to spend that money for this property. This proposal ticks most of the boxes on most of the issues that people in this town have. It's a one-time opportunity. And as was stated in a previous article, as we stand here today, there is capacity within the 3% limit. And we have also heard that our capital planning has recognized that limit and that this fits within that. So I strongly urge this body's support of this proposal. We're not going to get another shot at it, whether it's delayed or goes down tonight. It's not going to come back to us. We need to do this tonight. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Handel. Just a reminder to speakers, I've heard a couple of references to specific names of people, and we want to avoid that. So when you're addressing town meeting, you can say a previous speaker, the proponent, a fellow member said this, but we leave names out of it. We don't direct comments at people by name. Okay, so let's just sort of remember that as we embark on this little discussion. Yes, I'm going to actually. We have a lot of residents that are seated in the balcony, and I wanted to call on them. I believe there's a gentleman named Mr. Kettle. Is that right? Mr. Kettle is approached. We've moved the microphone to the balcony, and I think this is Mr. Kettle, who I met earlier. Mr. Kettle, if you'd state your name and your address and your status as a registered voter of the town.
Good evening, and thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Moderator. My name is Jim McGaw. Mr. Kettle has actually deferred to me while he makes his way down to the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I could see better up into the balcony. Mr. McGaw.
It's my shiny head in the lights. I apologize. As I said, my name is Jim McGaw. I'm a resident of Precinct C. My wife and I have been residents of Needham for 22 years in 2 different neighborhoods, and where we have raised our children, coached youth sports, and taught in local schools. We have lived on Whitman Road for 13 years. Mindful of the time, and in keeping, I will keep my remarks tight and brief, but some of my neighbors have asked me to present a composite of some of our concerns, so I will do my best to stay within bounds here, Mr. Moderator. First and foremost, thank you to the members of town meeting for your service. Town meeting is often called the purest form of democracy, And that's true because all of you volunteer your time, industry, and judgment for the common weal, and you deserve our sincere gratitude. Every time I attend town meeting, I'm impressed, so thank you. Second, I want to emphasize that I've made no judgment about the proposed development project on the Foster property known as Castle Farm, which has been described in various town press releases and news reports. It's private land, and it is no surprise that development was a likely possibility. My wife and I view this more as an opportunity to improve Needham rather than as a threat to us. But the town must be very diligent in curating that opportunity. At this time, we simply do not have enough information to draw conclusions, but so far, looking in from the outside of the closed-door discussions between the developer and some town officials, diligence seems to have taken a backseat to exuberance in the name of conservation. Prudence dictates that the town temper its exuberance until after it has conducted thorough due diligence. Third, if the warrant in front of the meeting was strictly related to the acquisition of open space, there would be little more to debate other than whether the acquisition was an appropriate use of finite resources with competing town priorities. Unfortunately, Warrant 11, as proposed, in the words of one of the proponents, ties the developer to the town. For that reason, this meeting should insist on more information before approving the warrant and certainly demand a more fulsome, transparent process for all projects townwide. I think we can all appreciate that the timing of a real estate transaction can be complicated and somewhat out of our control. In this case, you and we have been told that this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and if you do not approve the warrant this evening, there will be dire consequences. That's the sort of tone and high-pressure sales pitch one might expect at a timeshare condo. But for the moment, let's accept the urgency and the deadline that the town included in its unsigned draft memorandum of understanding that was posted just late Saturday night. Under those circumstances, I would suggest that the town select board and probably the developer had a heightened duty for expedited outreach and education in order to paint as full a picture as possible before asking the town meeting to commit precious resources and forego a role in the development process going forward. I don't think that panicked, rushed decisions relying upon wishful thinking is in anyone's best interest. So since this warrant is actually far more than the acquisition of open space, let me offer a few troubling signs of process that has been distorted, which should be of concern to the members of town meeting and all Needham residents. First, there's been no transparency. The lack of process and the absence of conversation with neighbors is inexplicable. It may be understandable since citizen engagement can slow things down, but not one member of the town has visited our neighborhood or communicated with us directly. We have been told this matter was fast-tracked because the opportunity just came together, but then we've been told by the same officials that this matter has been under consideration since 2021, and negotiations have been conducted over many months. We've been told that the town could not speak with anyone about this matter because it needed to be negotiated in executive session. We should all be extra vigilant when government officials use executive session as a casual instrument to avoid transparency, hearing questions, or providing information. Over the last 2 weeks, town officials have repeatedly told us to trust the planning and building process to address concerns. That would be terrific, but trust is earned, and the utter lack of transparency thus far has only invited skepticism. If the town commits $2.5 million and again ties itself to the developer, why would anyone expect a process that holds the developer accountable in the future? For these reasons and more, I regret that my very first time speaking before the Needham town meeting is to raise alarm about process and transparency. We are living in times of severe distrust in government. Voters understandably feel themselves disenfranchised and maltreated by the dysfunction that plagues Washington, D.C. and Beacon Hill. With the matter in front of you this evening, I am discouraged to see Needham lurching in that same direction. It did not need to be this way. Hopefully, this is merely a misstep by well-intentioned leaders who raced ahead of you and their constituents. A vote this evening to postpone until more information has been gathered and help restore confidence in the town's checks and balances. Finally, regardless of the outcome of tonight's vote, I ask that the town meeting take concrete steps to ensure much greater fidelity to a full, transparent, and inclusive process on all such town-approved developments in the future. Thank you again for the opportunity to address this meeting, and thank you for your service for good government.
Thank you, Mr. McGaugh. Discussion? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Bernardo. What's that? It seems to be popular.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
You're quite welcome.
Good evening. My name is Janet Bernardo, Precinct D. I'm the chair of the Conservation Commission. I first want to thank the Select Board and you, town meeting members, for taking the acquisition of the Foster property so seriously. I know that many of you have been out to view the remarkable property. Numerous documents have been distributed and conversations have been held regarding the $2.5 million being requested to purchase these 34 acres of beautiful open space. The Foster property has been and remains the top priority of the Needham Conservation Commission. The Commission believes that this unique opportunity to preserve the parcel next to our beloved Charles River is a once-in-a-generation opportunity and not only a gift to our town, but a gift to our children and our grandchildren. In September 2021, the trustees of reservation reached out to me regarding the Foster property. They had been approached to purchase the land. The trustees' properties are obtained by donations, and they do not maintain the funds to acquire these large properties. I put them in touch with the Select Board and Town Manager and have been rooting for them ever since. When I first heard the arrangement and that the town meeting would be voting on $2.5 million instead of the $25 million that originally was discussed, I was thrilled. Needham has a history of valuing and preserving open space as a benefit to the community. With our thoughts towards climate change and sustainability, the opportunity to be stewards of this exceptional green space, and the ability to minimize our carbon footprint cannot be taken lightly. I believe that everyone has come to the table in good faith. The Select Board, Northland Residential, and the Foster Trust for the protection of our land, of this land, which hopefully will be our land. In 1981, the town acquired the 30 acres of the woodlands on the south side of Charles River Street from Ridge Hill. For the last 40 years, we have been waiting to create ways to connect the trails within the wooded parcel to the beautiful open meadow that faces the river. In accordance with the town policies to provide the residents of Needham with access to clean air and clean water, I'm asking you to vote in favor of Article 11. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bernardo. Discussion? Mrs. Sokol. Well, we'll take care of it, Mrs. Sokol.
Foiled again.
Don't tell me you lost another inch.
I hope not. It's been tough times. It's possible. It is.
You're going to be in the Guinness Record Book, I'm telling you.
Thank you very much for letting me speak. Thank you very much for that. I just sat through spending $23 million plus for a building that's, I think, questionable. And now you're asking me for a mere 2.5 for a piece of land that I walked last Saturday and thought, oh my, this should be our land. And this can be our land. Yeah, sometimes we have to bend rules a little because something so precious comes into our sight that it forces us to look beyond our rules so that we don't lose it. I totally support the purchase of this land. Like a previous speaker, I approve it because my belief is it will be kept as conservation land. It's amazing. If you haven't walked out there, walk out, and you'll know what conservation means. It's almost had a magical feel for me. So I hope that we'll let that be our land, because it should be our land. Not just for us, but as you know, once again, for my grandkids. All right? So I hope you pass this for the future.
Thank you, Mrs. Sokol. Discussion. I'm going to go back to the balcony, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Kettle, who I had mistakenly recognized before. If you could state your name, your address, and your status as a registered voter, please.
Hello. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, excuse me, and greetings, town meeting members. My name is William Kettle. I think we're in precinct C or D. We vote at Newman School. I'm not sure what precinct.
It's close enough, Mr. Kettle.
But we've been here for a long time. We moved to Needham in 1973, and it will be 50 years this June, I think. After living on the Hoyden Street for about 6 years, we bought a very interesting property on Charles River Street. And if you can see the picture on the screen there, there's a funny-looking lot right in the middle of this, outlined in red. There's, yes, Ms. Eaton, yeah, that's it. That's our residence. And that long tail of red stuff goes to Charles River Street. It is our access to road frontage. This property was carved out of the Foster property when we bought it. Our house was the farmhouse for this compound, and we've lived there for 40-some years now. Working with Henry Foster, who lived in the main house, he and I have been taking care of that meadow for all these years, using his old tractor and taking care of it. Henry died about 10 years ago, and my wife and I have continued to take care of the meadow since then. His wife, Barbara, died in February of 2021, excuse me, a little over a year and a half ago. And we thought all along that Henry had a plan for the property. Henry was an environmentalist. Henry was at one point dean of the Yale School of Forestry. He was very interested in conservation. I think he was the first environmental secretary for the Commonwealth. He had a tradition in preservation. We thought he had a plan. Well, part of the plan was to sell, perhaps, part of his land to Ridge Hill, which happened in 1980, and provided the Ridge Hill property that is south of Charles River Street. That does give access to the river. The access to the river is about 60 feet wide and quite overgrown, so it's not very good access to the river at that point. But on the map, it looks like there's access to the river. So with this purchase or sale to the town, we thought Henry must have a plan for this land. Well, after his widow died, we found that there really wasn't a plan, and that the land was out to the highest bidder. And that process has been going on for about a year, I think, or more. Ms. Cooley described the foundations who looked at it and didn't want to purchase it. There was a time when there was a kingdom buyer on the line. A kingdom buyer is somebody with very deep pockets who could buy the entire property and fix the old house and sort of return things to where they were before this fell into an estate. But no kingdom buyer really appeared. The first we heard of this proposal was about, I exaggerate, 20 minutes before the press release that we all got, or we all saw last month. A very short period of time beforehand. All the dealings with the law firm that's dealing with the estate have been undercover, have been secretive. There have been do not disclose agreements with people. We have a number of encumbrances on the land. Our water comes through it. Our TV cable comes through it. Our electricity comes through it. There are 19 telephone poles between Charles River Street and our house that go through the Foster property. Our driveway starts on Charles River Street and meanders through the Foster property, eventually getting back to our house. And there is in our deed a commitment for the owner of that property to continue to share that driveway or build us a new one on that funny-shaped piece of our lot there. So we have a major investment in this property. We are, I think, an industrial strength abutter. If you take the number of lineal feet that meet the property in question, and also maybe there's a parameter of how long have you lived there with regard to the depth of abutment, which I think is, so we've got a long and deep abutment to this property and are very interested in making sure that as much as possible is conserved. When we first lived there, Bellotti farmed corn in the field down below our house, and you could skate on the Charles River, and we would skate to South Natick. I wish the climate committee had been in place a lot sooner, because warming has taken a huge toll. The land is beautiful. We work hard to keep it that way. And we see this as an opportunity to preserve land and to conserve land. I think this property is destined for development, more or less. And there's got to be, hopefully, some balance between development and conservation. Striking that balance is the key, I think, here.
Mr. Kettle, your time has expired, so could I ask you to just, if you could sum up for town meeting,
Certainly.
Please?
So I think we have an opportunity here. I fear that if this town meeting doesn't approve this, the first step, the beginning of an arduous process for permitting, that it will go back on the market for a more conventional development, not unlike Bell Lane, which has affected the Whitman Road community. I worry about that, and I was very charmed with the buffer concept that was described here. So I will stop with that comment. Thank you very much, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Kettle. Yes, ma'am, in the blue sweater.
My name's Kay Cahill, and I'm an at-large member of the town meeting by virtue of being the chair of the library board of trustees. But I'm speaking only here tonight as not for the library, but for myself as an outdoor enthusiast. And to echo my friend who is a brewery tourist, I also am a town trail tourist. And I have to say, this piece of property I've visited many times, and the trail going down to that doesn't quite get to the river is one of the most magnificent pieces of property in Needham, and to acquire that meadow would be absolutely amazing. And I just want to encourage everyone to take a look down there. The river views are magnificent. Thank you to the Kettles and the Fosters for maintaining that absolutely gorgeous meadow all these years, and for all of us in town to have access to this extraordinary place. The forest leading down to it is beautiful for skiing in the winter, which I've done many times, and I just really would ask everybody to really seriously not pass up what is not a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but a once-in-many-lifetimes opportunity to grab this property for an amazingly low price. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cahill. Discussion? Yes, ma'am, in the back. You have to, Ms. Clark, you have to come down to this one, or this seems to be an option. Whatever you'd like.
Thank you.
We moved the other microphone up so our residents can address town meeting.
Okay.
But you could go up
That's
there.
where it went. I
and
could
you
have.
use
I could
that
have gotten a few
microphone.
more steps. That could have been good.
Ms. Clark.
Holly Clark, Precinct D. I am actually shocked to hear that there hasn't been one public meeting to discuss the potential of this property. I understand that there would be private negotiations that would go on. That makes sense to me. But it would seem that back on September 11th of 2021, there was an opportunity to at least tell the town that this property was coming on the market and let people in the town understand that there was an opportunity coming. I would have worked for that override. I would have worked to get private and public partnership together to purchase the entire thing, and we wouldn't have to be worried about the development. I don't think there's anyone here that doesn't think it's a beautiful property, that preserving it is good. But there is a second part of this project that has not been described. And then I did my homework. I went to every FinCom meeting about this. I went to every Board of Selectmen meeting about this. And I did do the walk. And that's when I met neighbors from Whitman, and I was shocked to hear that they had just learned about it. Those are the folks that are the most impacted by this. And I think if we all thought about it as our neighbors, we should do unto our neighbors as we would like to have done unto us. I spoke with them. They did not say they were opposed to it, there's no way, let's not do it. What I heard them say is they would like to get to yes. They would like to be included in the process. And I have heard folks say, well, that will come later. But the problem is here, this is not a normal friendly 40B where a different developer is coming to the town and saying, we want to do this. And then the town is separate and distinct and will work with the neighborhood and work it down. As we talked about before, there was a big project that got reduced. Here, one of the solid things is that it's 70 units and that it's not more, it's not less. And I think the FinCom was incredibly generous in discussing the benefit to the developer. The properties they're selling over in Wellesley are at like $2.2 million for 3-bedroom units or $2 million for 2-bedroom units. So quick math, not as good as the FinCom at all, but if it's developed at 25 houses, I'd say it's $3 million because they're going to be bigger. That's $75 million in sales. If it's 70, and let's say $2 million, because that's pretty conservative, that's $140 million. That is a big swing. That's what we're giving the developer. So to say, I honestly don't understand why we couldn't say we as a town needed the purchase and sale, because we've never done a project like this without one. Like, we're giving him an opportunity for $140 million. And here, the neighbors were told, and I read it too, it was going to be a 14-acre buffer. And now it's 100 feet. Of what? It is fair for them to say, what is it? What's happening? Because this is a conservation district. It isn't 1-acre zoning. Only 15% of each acre can be developed. So, and I want to preserve it. I mean, I want to be clear, I want to preserve it. But this process has not been good. And it is important because I honestly believe when you have an open process, you get to a better result. People that live there know about the neighborhood. They could tell you what they think. As for, and I got the Sunday is when I heard that more papers had been released. Frankly, I wasn't comforted by seeing the contents of the proposed contract.
Ms. Clark, just a reminder,
Sir.
address me.
Yes, sir.
You need to
I'm
address
sorry.
one of our rules, address the
Okay.
moderator as chair of the meeting.
I apologize.
Thank you. That's no
Okay.
problem. Just take your time. You're
It
still-
was more concerning to me to see the contents of the proposed agreement. When it said traffic, traffic is a serious issue. This is a scenic byway. It is a 2-lane road with no curbs, with no sidewalks, and I want folks to be able to go there. They're going to have to cross the street. That proposal, as it was written, says we'll look at the traffic on Charles River Road. The folks on Pine Street, some of whom do not know this is here, like we just met walking, said Pine Street is a 1-lane road where they're having folks going the wrong way daily. So what are we going to do about that? And I don't think that means we don't buy the property and we don't let something develop there, but it means there's more work to be done to understand, and there's more cost coming. And as for Charles River and Central Avenue, as we're standing here, is overcapacity. It is. The last traffic study of that says it's an F already. So to say we'll just look at Charles River, that doesn't protect anyone. And it isn't a matter, by the way, of traffic. It's not a matter of how many houses are there. There'll be 2 cars. You should anticipate 12 trips per unit. So for 70 buildings, that means, I'm sorry, I'm going to do this math wrong, but 70 times 12. So it's like 740 trips per day will be added just to going to 70 houses. That doesn't include anybody going to visit. Presumably folks will park and want to go over there, because it's not just cars going. It's cars and plumbers and Amazon. It brings more traffic. Again, I don't think this means we don't do it, but I think it means we owe it to do it right. And having more information is better. And it's what will give people confidence in what's going on. And having said the density is set at 70, that is denser than any other unit, any other district, rather, in town. So I support the motion to refer.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Discussion. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Frederica Lawan, Precinct J. May I ask you a quick question in terms of procedure? May I make a statement and then ask a question at the end?
Sure. Yeah, it's mysterious. If you're making a motion, you need to make that first and then make your statement.
No.
But if you're just asking a question, then sure.
Okay. Well,
You
I
know
would
what?
like
And if it runs afoul, I'll let you know.
Constable. You'll call the
But
constable.
you're fine. Go for it.
I'll go. So I would like to speak in favor of this article. I think, to me, when I saw it, it was a no-brainer. But then I did my due diligence and I talked to various people. I saw the property, and actually a colleague of mine put up a phenomenal, in my opinion, visual to indicate what the density would actually look like, and that cleared that issue up for me. Sometimes I have trouble understanding what something could be until I see it in that capacity, and that was fantastic. I have equated this process to purchasing a house. When you purchase a house, there is a certain amount of risk, some unknowns. We moved into our home and we were thrilled because it was beautiful backyard, trees, and yada yada. And when we actually got in, the neighbors behind us tore their trees down and built a large addition. And we love our neighbors, but that was unexpected, and that came with it. There are many projects that go on around us that we do not have any say over, and it can be a bummer, but so it goes. They're within right. I would also say that, people have spoken about this pressure to buy, that pressure has been put on us to make this decision tonight. And I don't think it's so much pressure, but there is a certain amount of urgency to it if we want to get it. And again, like with buying a house, if you dither and wait around and don't make a decision, the risk is you lose the house. I remember our agent told us, you need to make an offer tonight, you need to give them 24 hours to respond. That's what we got. And given what the cost of homes, are going for these days in this area, $2.5 million for what we are acquiring here is remarkable. So that's my statement. I think I covered all the points that have been percolating. And then to my question, and I'm not sure who best to address this to.
That's okay. Just ask me and I'll direct it. That's
Wonderful.
part of my job. Nope.
Thank you.
Happy to do it.
So my question is, there has been mention of purchasing this land and then having it be kind of a bargaining tool for when we need other land. And it was mentioned that some of the land we might take would be town forest and what have you. My understanding of that is that that is not how it works. It really is out of kind of imminent necessity for small pieces of land for something that is required, such as a stop sign on a corner or a stoplight going in, and it has to do with the square footage. But I could be wrong, so I would like clarification on that.
So let me just rephrase it. So your question is there any substance to the contention that somehow the purchase of this land would be this would be banked and then traded off in the future for
Yes,
some
just
other
kind of clarification
loss,
on
a loss of some other open
yes,
space.
how that process works and
Sure.
for what reason one might make that trade.
Excellent.
Okay,
so I think I'll direct that to the executive branch, the proponents, if I could, and then of course we could get other views as well. But Ms. Cooley, is that okay? Do you?
Certainly. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Moderator. So there is a semi-complicated idea of no net loss for conservation land, right? So if all land is immediately for conservation, it stays for conservation. If it's for general municipal purposes, then there could be some terms under which it could be traded, swapped, converted to conservation land so something else could be used. Are there cases where that's been needed by the town? The answer is yes. Historically, the town has had need for land which can be converted to conservation land. We actually have a situation in front of us right now where the U.S. National Park Service has determined that the Health Department and associated parking spaces at the Rosemary Recreation Complex, where we converted property, all right, back in 1970s using federal funds, and as a result, we're now required to come up with an additional $500,000 worth of conservation land that will need to be approved by the National Park Service before the town purchases the land, if we wish to use it to swap for this purpose, because we built 2 stories on our building at the Rosemary Pool. Odd sort of thing, but it does happen, right? There's been a past, I think it was a sewer piece where a piece of sewer had to run through something. Again, there needed to be a swap because then the sewer easement was required. So different things happen. Town boards do at various times swap pieces of lands because it's useful for those town boards to be able to do that. Is it something that happens all the time? It doesn't. It comes for approval, in fact, to this body. So this body will have to approve any of those things that occur. What we're suggesting is that we'll engage in a process that will in fact put some under conservation, possibly some for parkland. That's another category of land that has no net loss provisions, and some that might be available as a land bank for things that come up for the town where it's required. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Cooley. Discussion. There's a hand up here. I think I see a resident in the balcony, Mr. Piver. If I pronounced your name correctly, Dustin Piver? Yes. If you would approach the microphone, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dustin Piver, Precinct C, resident of Whitman Road. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what has already been said tonight. I would just point to the condition in the executed offer to purchase, which speaks to the March 15th deadline for the approval period, right? The approval period, which speaks to an executed development agreement between the town of Needham and the developer, right? Approval by the state of the 5% 40B, right? And the reason I say that is that speaks to the fact that there is time, right? I think everybody here has acknowledged that there is open questions. We would like more information, right? We have the time to do that based on the language that is in the executed offer to purchase between the developer, right, and the seller. So I would ask everybody to think about the time that we do have per the language that we saw in the executed offer to purchase when considering voting on this tonight. Right? I wholeheartedly support the motion to refer. As other residents up here have said, we want to get to a yes. We want to support this project. At this time, there has not been enough information. There's not been enough transparency. We need answers to some very important questions, many of which have already been highlighted this evening. So I support the motion to refer. Thank you for the time, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Piver. Discussion. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joe Matthews, Precinct I. I'll try to be quick. I know a lot of people want to speak, but I think that people are getting a little ahead of themselves here. Tonight, we're just considering the appropriation of $2.5 million to kind of kick this process off and make it available within the broad framework that's been described. And initially we didn't have enough. People are saying information in September, and as it's come forward, it's been exactly or pretty close to as been described. I know some people didn't have time to read the documents online. I had a chance to. It didn't take so long, and I found them to be agreeable. And you would notice that within them, there are quite a lot of ways that this thing could still come apart. And we're very fortunate to have this opportunity. Regarding the 40B friendly project itself, this will move forward on in the way that these things do with the Zoning Board of Appeals, meeting DHCD requirements, plenty of time for public input. There will be more information. And if they fail, the developer fails in its obligations there, then again, this thing will fall apart. And I did have a chance to look kind of at the portfolio that Northern Residential has put online, and I found them to be pretty agreeable. I know there's some concern over the affordability. And that's true. They're not going to be the cheapest units on the market, but they won't be what we see is typically the only thing to get built these days around town on single-family lots, and that's 5,000, 6,000 square foot houses going for 2.5, 3 million. No, these will be kind of backfilling those lost units, and will be probably, I don't know, 2,500 square foot average. I saw Fieldstone Way in Wellesley was about 875 to 3,600. So, you know, again, the affordability not a huge issue. If you get 3 units, 4 units, 5 units, that's not a deal breaker to me, and I'm glad to have even one is something that I think that I can support. And on that issue, I heard about the revenue that the developer might bring in from doing this project. Well, what about the revenue from as a right development? I mean, those could go, who knows? I mean, I've seen some real, you peruse Zillow in your free time, you can see 3, 4, 5, depending on the amenities and the size of these houses, 3, 4, 5 million, that is. And, you know, if it was to go as of right, no one can say for sure what the ultimate development of the property might yield, but it could actually be more square footage of houses relative to 70 units, particularly in the longer term if the private residence highlighted there is also to change hands. And so I want to recognize that this opportunity should not, you know, put us in a favorable position to make an arrangement with that in the longer term. Regarding an appraisal, I don't find this, as has been mentioned by the first speaker, that the appraisal is not really useful because we know what it is, or what was previously offered at. You know, this is a very unique property. This is not, and the value of it will be what a buyer says, and what a buyer will pay is what they can do on the property. And this can change over time, and it can't be known. I mean, I can look at the diagram up there, and I see a lot of houses all over the area and a lot closer to the Charles River. So, no, it can be built on. And to the degree which it can't, that's a product of regulation and laws which are not static and can change in the future. So, yeah, I think that the town is just really fortunate to have the ability to purchase this land for $2.5 million. I mean, you have to consider that there is basically no situation where it's not being developed because no one here is coming up with, what, $21, $25 million to prevent it. And there is a legitimate risk to having the proposed deal fall apart and missing this opportunity. I mean, this land was on the figurative conveyor belt to McMansiondom, and it fell off. And we're getting a second shot of it, and we shouldn't forego that opportunity. And I guess my question to anyone who's considering voting no is that how would you conceivably make this better? What is actually stopping you or your actual concerns? I haven't heard a lot of very kind of specific or credible concerns that would deter me from voting yes on this proposal. So I would encourage everyone to vote yes on this article without any amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Right here in the blue. Sorry.
Thank you. Bill Paulson, Precinct E. Similar to the previous speaker, I guess I look at this as two parts. There's the part on the right and the part that we're buying, and for $2.5 million, it's a no-brainer, right? I mean, that's a great land, and it's plenty of land for $2.5 million. It's the development area, really, that's the question mark, I think, for everybody. And what I don't understand, and would be helpful to have the proponents describe, is how much is still yet to be determined on that? Like, is it 70 and that's it? Or are we voting on that? Or might it become 50 or 80 in the conversations to follow after we vote yes, if we vote yes tonight? And I personally, I think that it's age-directed housing, which would allow for families, and I would rather see it be 55 plus, age-restricted housing, I think, because that would limit traffic, and it would also mean that we wouldn't have kids in our schools, because our schools are bursting at the seams right now. So those kinds of questions, and what shape is that development in? Are we going to have a say in that? You know, what decisions are coming? If we vote yes tonight, what say will we still have in the project as it goes forward, and what won't? What is getting locked in by us saying yes?
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Paulson. Question for the proponents, and question for the proponents, and Ms. Cooley, did you? I don't want to interrupt your conferral there, but did you hear the question? Basically, is that how much is yet to be determined on the residential development on the left side of the parcel, and what role will town have? Ms. Cooley, to respond to the member's question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So the board supports the 70 unit at the 5% affordability level. Whether the 5% affordability level is fine or not will be up to the state at DHCD. They'll make the ultimate ruling on that. Whether the 70 units stays will ultimately also be related to discussions at the state and with the ZBA. Right? So the final, I would say it definitely sets a ceiling, right? But there will be some discussions. Will things happen around the margins or more than that? I don't know, but there will be discussions with ZBA about how all that fits together. You further asked a question about age-directed and versus age-restricted. What we know is that the state tends to not prefer having deed-restricted units in places that can have affordable housing, right? Because they want affordable housing to be available for everyone. Now, my understanding is that doesn't mean it has never happened, but it's not very likely, is what I understand. All right, so therefore the units get designed in an age-directed, single-floor living manner that is attractive to people who are over age 55. And then there are affordable units that are there as well that are open for anybody of all ages. So thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Cooley. I see a hand in the balcony, and I'm going to move up there. Is that Mr. Langford? No.
That's right.
Is that right?
You got it.
I tried to memorize faces.
All right.
I have a lousy percentage, but there's a success. Mr. Langford, if you could just state your address, sir, and confirm you're a registered voter.
Yep. Hi, I'm Tom Langford, 395 Charles River Street. I'm a registered voter. I actually grew up in Needham High School graduate. I did the math last night, and it's almost 30 years. How did that happen, right? We've all been there. I have 3 boys in Needham schools and lots of familiar faces here from coaching and volunteering in town and all that. Thank you for volunteering and for your work as town meeting. And Mr. Moderator, thank you for the opportunity to speak. So my house is on Charles River Street. I look out my windows every day at the 6 acres that are going to be permanently preserved. Right, so if you're not familiar on Charles River, there's 6 acres up there at the top. I think it looks like a little teeth up there, a tooth, and that's where I live. So my family would greatly benefit from this proposal, and I applaud Northland CEO Jack Downey for his creativity. He is certainly very dedicated to finding a solution to conserve some of this land. I've actually had the opportunity to talk to him at length twice over the last 2 weeks, and I find that he's really sincere. And I think he really does want to work something out. That's why I'm not very concerned if we vote to defer tonight and get the information that we need. He's not going to walk away from this deal He's put a lot of time and energy into it, and we all have run the numbers on how much money is at stake here. But there's been very little transparency, and very little public input, and very little public notification, to be honest with you, of the neighbors. This right here is the first time that I received a notice from the town about this issue. It's a letter, and it arrived in my mailbox on Charles River Street today. Today. Is this how we want our government to work? Really? How many people don't know about this project and haven't had the opportunity to give public input to town meeting members so that their input could be discussed tonight? The conservation is great. We all love the conservation. The housing we can debate, but the process is broken. So let's fix it. Let's take some time. Let's refer the motion. Let's get the information that the Finance Committee very wisely suggests that we should have. And then let's have a real vote when we know what we're voting on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langford. Discussion. Yes. Yes, sir.
Watch the foot there. Do it here, do it here.
Yeah, Mr. Bedfield, if you'd like to address town meeting from that
right.
location, that's perfectly fine, sir.
No, I want to go up there. Mr. Moderator, I'm Peter Benfield. I've been a town meeting member for 24 years. I've been a resident of Needham for 57 years. And this is the first time I have ever addressed town meeting. So it's a special occasion. I'm here for one purpose, which is I think we ought to trust our elected selectmen because they're the ones we elected. The Finance Committee is basically advisory and appointed. We know that developments have lots of moving parts and they can move at different speeds at different times. I think we ought to give the $2.5 million to the selectmen so they can go ahead with this project now. But the main reason I'm before you is that our family was in the same position as this family here in Carlisle, and Northland Residential was our partner, and we were very happy with them. They were environmentally sensitive. They gave us good advice. After advising us, they fell in love with 2 of our 3 plots. We had 180 acres, bigger than this, and so we were able to come up with a very good plan. If you know Carlisle, you know that it's the streetscape that matters. And the only thing you could see in the streetscape was an extra common driveway in a couple of places. And that was all you saw from the street. The purchasers of the property, because of conservation restrictions, were very happy because they were assured that they weren't going to have someone build a house around them. So I just wanted to say that the Northland Residential, they're straight shooters. They're good people to work with. I think the selectmen have done an excellent job of putting forth the reasons for this, and I think we ought to trust them as our elected officials with due deference to our Finance Committee. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Bettfield. Discussion. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Just hold on one second.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Clock's not ticking. Now it is.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to make a motion and then make a few comments. My motion is that...
We need your
I'm sorry, forgive me. Henry Reagan, Precinct J. I would move to amend the main motion to say that this land, the land that the town will be buying, will be given a conservation restriction at the point at which the building, if it goes through, if it's passed, of the 70 units is completed. I didn't have the idea, excuse me, I apologize. I didn't have the idea when I came here to make the motion. A prior speaker brought it up. Another prior speaker gave a very good explanation of why we can't put a restriction, conservation restriction on it now, because it would hinder the building process. So I don't know that that motion is in order, but I would make that motion. A couple other comments, if I may. I am troubled about the housing affordability piece of this. We talk a great deal in Needham about housing affordability, about creating more housing affordability. The committee that's been set up by the planning board, the meetings that I've seen or gone to, housing affordability is a major part of that. But yet, where is it? A lot of it's been created in the past, and that's to the credit, as a prior speaker said before. But think of the last few projects. The Muzzy land, there was talk at town meeting about the possibility of affordable housing. It's not there. There was even a proposal passed by town meeting at the Avery Carter project to have affordable senior housing. And the developer is now before the planning board without any affordable senior housing. Here's an opportunity with 70 units. We should have more than 4 be affordable. Whether they're affordable only for seniors or who they're affordable to, I think that's something that needs to be discussed. But I think that this is an opportunity. As has been said, it's an opportunity for open space. It's also an opportunity for affordable housing. And finally, I'd like to pose a question, and I would ask Mr. Moderator to direct it to whomever is appropriate for it. There's been a lot of talk on the videos and watching the meetings about the 3% and the 10% limits on borrowing. I'm a new town meeting member, and I have to confess I don't understand if those are deadlines, recommendations, can be violated, need a vote to violate. So I would ask, given that this does involve borrowing, if someone could address that question. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, stay there, Mr. Reagan. So you're making a motion to amend. So your motion to amend, I mean, the land is stated in the main motion to be acquired for conservation, open space, and passive recreation purposes. So I think your motion is within the 4 corners of the main motion. It's the wording that I just want to make sure is correct. So you have a concept, so now it has to be wording, and this is a complicated thing, as you might imagine.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to ask you to do, Mr. Heap, could I ask if you would confer with the town meeting member, as we say in our rules at the beginning, and just whatever the brief amendment would be that would be appropriate, if you wouldn't mind providing some assistance. So, Mr. Reagan, I'm going to ask you to confer with our town council in accordance with the rules we adopted at the beginning of this session. Before you do that, I'm going to ask the chair of the Finance Committee to explain to you, answer your question, the 3% and the 10%.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Connolly to respond to the member's question, and then I would ask Mr. Reagan if you would just meet over there with Mr. Heap. And thank you, Mr. Heap.
Thank you.
Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for your question, sir. The 3% policy is a longstanding policy that the town has followed and is stood the town well for many, many years. In most basic terms, it is that no more than 3% of the town revenues would be spent on debt service. So what we do is we look at what our debt service is every year and track that against what the expected town revenues are. And the guideline is we believe that it's good fiscal policy and it's in the best interest of the health of the town in all of its ways to make sure that we don't exceed that. And so that's what the 3% is not spending more than 3% of town annual revenues on debt service. In this particular project, as I explained, there's very limited room right now. If we were to pass it into borrow, we would come out at the 3%. And that's what the concern is that we raised in our presentations. With respect to the 10%, that includes both what is spent on borrowing and then plus what is our debt exclusion overrides. For example, what we've done recently with the Sunita Williams School and what we have with the police and fire in the complex there. And the policy there is that no more than 10% of revenues plus what excluded debt that we would exceed that. And so that's the second part, the second prong of the process to make sure that we don't, with the excluded debt, we're not exceeding the 10%. And so overall, that's the two policies. I hope that helps you.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Discussion.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes, sir.
William King, Precinct B. It seems to me that what we're asked to do tonight is to approve an acquisition of land and a borrowing. So let's do it. And if the conditions that are under the theory of, or the purpose of that acquisition and borrowing don't work out, just don't close what we've approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. I see a hand in the balcony, and I want to try to accommodate our residents. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Bennett Levine. I live on Greendale Avenue, which I believe is Precinct J. First, I'll try to be very brief. At the risk of restating the obvious, this is an absolutely beautiful parcel of land. I don't think anyone in this room could disagree. It would also be a phenomenal opportunity for the town to acquire this land. $2.5 million seems like an absolute no-brainer. Now, that being said, when I was about 6 years old, my grandmother sat me down and said, Bennett, if something sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Okay? So I think we're looking here at more than a simple acquisition of the property. It would be great if it's just that one thing, okay, buy the property for $2.5 million, done. But, and this is a huge, huge but, it's the elephant in the room. And that elephant is that it requires a substantial zoning change. And that's something that I don't think anyone here in all good conscience can simply do at the stroke of a pen. Okay, great deal for the town. Let's change the zoning. Bada bee, bada boo, done. I think we need more time to look at the big picture and get all the input. I mean, we've heard lots of information from both sides. I applaud everybody here. We've heard Mr. Kettle. His land is right in the middle of it. Okay? Yeah, you know, and, you know, like the residents on Whitman Road, Charles River, you know, there's lots of things we as residents of the town need to consider. All right, and one last thought, when we talk about changes in zoning done just like that, is what happens. I live in an area of 10,000 square foot homes on Greendale Avenue. So am I going to wake up next year and somebody's going to put together a couple lots and say, well, wait a minute, we want to change the 5,000 square foot zonings and put it McMansions on 5,000 square foot zoning or townhouses? You know, this is a bigger issue than simply acquiring the land, and we all need to think about that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lime. There's another hand on the balcony while we're up there. Is it Ms. Vondergoltz? Is that, am I pronouncing, I think I'm pronouncing your name correctly, that we met before the meeting? And is that Mr. Eisenberg? Yeah, so.
Yes.
Okay, so.
I can wait.
Yeah, why don't we hear from Ms. Vondergoltz, and then we can hear from you, Mr. Eisenberg. And then we'll come back down.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for allowing me to speak. My name is Belle Vondergoltz, and I'm lucky to be here tonight. I almost got broadsided coming out of my driveway on Charles River Street. I have clocked cars going at 70 miles an hour, and I've actually counted them on various days, and usually morning between 9 and 11, afternoon between 3 and 5, I'm averaging about 85 cars an hour. The land everyone speaks about as being a gem that is up for sale there's no discussion about that. I think what is most disturbing for me is when I listen to all the pros tonight who want to vote it tonight. All I hear is trust me, trust us, and all I can think of is my parents telling me, you never want to buy a cat in a bag. And all I can think of is that a developer, the committee seems to have been drinking the developer Kool-Aid. They've done a very good job of selling their vision, but we have no real idea what the vision is. And I think signing something where you don't know what the outcome is, nobody has a crystal ball, but the outcome at the moment is extremely nebulous, and we feel on Charles River, if the property were going to be truly conservation land and preserved for public use, that would be one thing. But on the one hand, we're being told, yes, it's conservation land, but we're going to throw in 70 townhouses. And that just doesn't seem to match up. So I would urge everyone, please do not vote tonight. We have until March, and there is so much that needs to be clarified for the residents, for anyone who travels that road. You know, it's now like 128 freeway. It's the cut through from Natick all the way over to Dedham Ave. And it's only going to get worse, not better. And all of us would love to be able to use it as parkland, walking, conservation. By the way, the note, which I also only got today in the mail, the first time I had heard of this, states that for use for walkways along Charles River, there has been a paper trail along Charles River for 50-plus years. The town has never done anything much about it. Anyone who knows that area knows that it is pristine. We have bald eagles, we have foxes, we have deer, we have, you name it, we've got it along Charles River. The minute you throw in 70 townhouses, I can assure you a lot of that will migrate elsewhere and disappear. And it is also very marshy and very wet along that portion of the Charles River. So to sell this as a wonderful Ridge Hill walk or trail like Charles River Peninsula is also a stretch. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak this evening.
Thank you, Ms. von der Goltz. Mr. Eisenberg, recognize you, sir. And again, if you just state your name, your address, and confirm your registered voter status.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is David Eisenberg. I'm in Precinct C. I live at 100 Whitman Road, and I've already voted this year, so hopefully that means I'm registered to vote. Should I start over? There you go. Okay, now I have a microphone. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm David Eisenberg. I live in Precinct C on Whitman Road, the land that is to the left of the Foster property, and I'm a registered voter. I already cast my vote, so hopefully that confirms I'm a registered voter. There's been a lot of talk tonight about the $2.5 million and what a deal that is. I think it's worth keeping in mind that the deal actually is not for $2.5 million you can buy this property. The deal is for $2.5 million and also giving the developer permission to develop 70 homes on the adjacent property. You can buy this property. And that changes it a lot. It's not like the developer doesn't understand what they're doing. I'm going to assume they're good business people. What they're looking at is we can sell this block of land, probably half of which is wetlands, so we could never develop it anyways. We get $2.5 million for that. It gives us the ability to develop this other property for potentially over $100 million and potentially tens of millions of dollars in profit. So it's not like they're giving away something that's a no-brainer. They're smart people. They're selling something, they're getting economic value out of wetlands, and the elephant in the room is that 70 units. And I think we need to be really careful how we think about that. First of all, it's a precedent. There are other large estates in the area that will eventually come on the market, and are we going to take that whole area along Charles River Street and along South Street and say, well, gosh, every time a big estate comes on the market, we can cut a deal with the developer and let them develop basically at 1/5 of an acre per unit instead of an acre. That's actually good for developing more high-density housing in town. But one of the things I heard earlier was concerns about Needham's environmental impact and understanding our environmental assessments. High-density housing that's in areas that are not convenient to the train, that are not served by public transit, that don't have sidewalks, that don't have bike lanes, is actually an environmental disaster. So if we really want to address that, you have to consider the full cost. And I think the last thing I'd focus on is we don't actually know the full cost. What we've been told is $2.5 million. Each of us who's bought a home know that the real cost isn't the cost of buying the home. It's now that I bought it, I probably have other capital money I have to spend on it. No home is perfect. And then I have to maintain it. And so far all we've been told is, well, $2.5 million to buy it. We don't know what capital improvements it'll need. As one example, when we asked how will people access it, we were told, oh, they'll park across the street at Ridge Hill. Well, it's a half-mile walk from Ridge Hill to the front of this property. That means it's not handicapped accessible. It's actually only accessible to people who are relatively fit. And also, the kids and other people who are crossing Charles River are crossing a relatively blind intersection on a street with a lot of traffic and no support for pedestrians. I think we need to think about that sort of full blush of the costs, as well as the broader implications of deciding that we want that ring around town with this precedent to become high-density housing. So I thank you for your time. I hope that you will vote to defer so that we can give all these questions more consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Eisenberg. Discussion? Ms. McKnight.
Jean McKnight. I serve on the planning board, but I'm speaking as an individual Precinct F town meeting member. And like so many people during this COVID time, so many residents of Needham, my husband and I very much enjoyed walking in our beautiful woods. And we'd see families out walking. We'd see people walking their dogs. We'd see groups of teenagers out walking. And we happened to walk to the meadow, my husband and Steve and I, and we call it the Blueberry Meadow. It's a magical place. And the fact that you have to park at Ridge Hill is a feature, not a flaw. That is the beautiful walk down through the woods, over a little creek, down into the meadow with all the bluebird boxes. So I am very much in favor of the acquisition of this land. But I also want to speak from my experience about the process going forward. I'm also a long-time advocate for affordable housing. And I co-chair the Housing Planning Group, which is now producing a plan that will, address affordable housing in our town. I grew up in public housing. This is important to me. And one of my big questions was, what? I thought when you were going to use friendly 40B to override local zoning, you had to have 25% of the units affordable. What I learned is that applies to rental developments. And the way the guidelines and the regulations are worded, that hard and fast 25% does not apply to ownership developments like this one as proposed. That doesn't mean necessarily that the Department of Housing and Community Development will approve 5%. That agency will be the one who says what the percentage has to be, or they will not issue the site struggling for words, the site letter that you need to be able to go forward from DHCD. And then it's been mentioned that the Zoning Board of Appeals will provide a public process, but also that process includes public participation. The way this works is the Select Board has to, as I kind of say, bless the project. Then it goes to DHCD, and they have to approve that state agency has to approve the project. And only then can it go before our Zoning Board of Appeals, which will have a hearing that will be noticed, and people can come. And the Zoning Board of Appeals might very well want to impose conditions. Now, the agreement, the draft development agreement, speaks of, in Section 7, page 4, that the developer will do a traffic study, will hire a traffic consultant and do a study. And that it's expected the town will hire its own consultant to critique the developer's traffic study. And it isn't just necessarily Charles River Street that will be studied. I've had a lot of experience with traffic studies on the planning board, and the traffic consultants look at every intersection that might be affected by the traffic generated from the development. So this tonight is not the last stage of public participation for this. And this 2.5 million opportunity, and the speaker spoke of having confidence in our select board. I also have confidence in our select board and in our town manager that they will have the best interests of the town at heart in going forward with this project. And I really urge town meeting members to vote in favor of this project. Do not refer it, and look very much forward to whatever way I can be involved and participate in
your time has expired,
project.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'd like to just share with you the finalization of the amendment that was proposed by Mr. Reagan, working with our town council. As you know, Mr. Reagan made a motion to amend that would place a conservation restriction on this land. The motion to amend that has been fashioned reads as follows: that Article 11 be amended by inserting after the words 28 acres plus or minus for general municipal purposes, close quote, the statement provided that said parcel shall be made subject to a conservation restriction on terms approved by the Select Board at the completion of the development project on the neighboring 28-acre plus or minus parcel. End of amendment. So that is the new language that would be inserted, and it would be inserted immediately after the words 28 acres plus or minus for general municipal purposes. On the floor is the main motion, the motion to refer, and the motion to amend. Discussion. Yes, in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Maggie Abruzzi, Precinct D. I'd like to speak to this, but I also would like to make a motion to amend the amendment. Is that possible? Just a small little amendment?
It depends what it is. So.
Okay. So what I would like to do is, instead of saying it will be done at the completion of the development project, to say no later than at or before the completion, something that gives the ability for it to be put into conservation prior to the completion of the development project, which may be years out.
Okay, well, you know, we're talking important burdens on land here, so I want to make sure you get it right. So why don't you, Ms. Abruzzi, why don't you also confer with Mr. Heap?
Sure.
And try to frame that concept with him, and he's kind enough to translate it into something that would be legally enforceable.
Perfect.
Do you want to say why you're doing this? I mean, state your reasons before you do that, or do you want to just do it now?
Could I speak to the main motion and the motion to refer back before I step aside to...
Well, why don't you state your reasons for your motion to amend first?
Okay, the reason for the motion to amend is that this language appears to delay conservation restriction until the completion of the development project, which may be many years down the road.
Okay.
So I'd like to, instead of saying at the completion, give some wiggle room that it be done no later than the completion, or something that brings it into conservation sooner.
Okay. So you can discuss that with Mr. Heap, and
fantastic.
He'll help with the language. And did you want to use your remaining time to talk about the main motion
Yes,
and the
please.
motion to refer?
Thanks very much. So no one contests that this is beautiful land, but at issue is whether we should finance the deal offered by the proponents, which includes a development agreement for a 40B with 70 units and 5% affordability. Earlier this evening, when we discussed breweries, we heard from the Finance Committee about the process for zoning bylaw changes and how the process involves so much public input and the input of several boards, and how that yields a refinement of ideas and ultimately good decision, that open process. In contrast, here, we are discussing financing a plan to disregard the established zoning for the Castle Farm property before holding even a single public hearing about it, and before we have all relevant information. Chapter 40B is being used here as a part of a land purchase instead of for its intended use. Chapter 40B was created to promote affordable housing. The legislature decided that affordable housing was so important, it was worth giving a tool that goes outside of existing zoning regulations to promote affordable housing. The normal friendly 40B process includes public hearings and vetting before multiple boards, before things like density, the number of units, is agreed upon. The normal percentage of affordable housing in a 40B is 25%. Here, the town is trying to use 40B not for the purpose of affordable housing, but as a part of a land purchase. This has the effect of putting the cart before the horse. We're talking about financing a plan that sets the density and the affordable housing percentage before the density is fully vetted by public hearings and the ZBA process, and before the developer is made to justify the percentage of affordable units before the ZBA. We've been given an enormous amount of information in the last 48 hours. We should refer this article back to have time to discover and digest the relevant information and to have at least some public process before financing a plan to make a major zoning decision. If I may, Mr. Moderator, I do have one question I would like to ask the proponent.
Sure, you have about 40 seconds.
My question is the Select Board willing to commit to hold at least one public hearing before signing any development agreement with Northland?
I'll direct your question. I just, if you could just, how about if we just phrase it, will the Select Board hold one public hearing before?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Thanks very much. I appreciate the help.
Willing to commit just sounds a little strong.
Thank you.
We all try to get along.
Certainly.
Ms. Cooley? I didn't really do much, Ms. Cooley. I just changed it. The question just is, will the Select Board hold a public hearing before entering into a final development or binding development agreement? Is that right, Ms. Brizzi? Yeah. I just changed it from, are you willing to commit, to, will you hold one? So it's just semantics.
So here's the thing. I'm going to say we will not hold a public hearing, all right? We will absolutely be holding a public discussion, all right? We will take input from the public. We will probably hold that decision maybe even open for an extra period and bring it back for another discussion so that all input can be received from people, and we'll have a follow-up before we vote and sign it. Public hearings are designated for a variety of specific purposes, and I am going to say that as a matter of good governance, there are good reasons for sticking to what public hearings are used for. This is not a public hearing event. This is something that is responsible in a different way in the government. Now, that does not mean that there's not public input. I fully expect public input, right? I fully expect we will listen to and discuss that input, but there will be public hearings at the ZBA. That is where public hearings take place in town on this process. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cooley. And your secondary amendment will work. It's permissible, Mr. Brucey, but if you would just confer with Mr. Heap, we'll get the language and I'll add it to the Reagan amendment, okay? You're welcome. Discussion. Mr. Rovner.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jerry Rovner, Precinct B. I move the previous question and all the amendments thereto.
Well, you see, Mr. Rovner, I understand that you do, but we have an amendment in formulation, so we can't terminate debate and discussion yet until that amendment gets to the floor. So I appreciate your sentiment, but we're going to have to hold that, okay, so that I can announce and describe Ms. Abruzzi's amendment, which she made, a secondary amendment to town meeting. But thank you, sir.
Mr. Moderator.
Discussion. Yes, sir. On the end, right here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Artie Crocker, Precinct I. How I want to start off is this. There are a lot of good people working on a lot of boards in town. When anything is first brought to the town, my first response is to look at it favorably, because I know there's a lot of thoughtful input going into that. And that's how I view things, because, I mean, it's not self-serving. I am part of the town, used to be on the Conservation Commission, now on the Planning Board. I would like people to have faith in us and faith in the process of what we're doing. Now, that being said, I have been a little concerned as of late of some things that have come to the town and how they've come about. And that's one reason why I'm kind of raising questions here as far as the trust in the process. We have to be able to trust the process in everything that we do here. And I have some concerns about what's been happening with the process. It's not that I do not distrust the people doing it. It is the process, Mr. Moderator, that I'm concerned about. So I look at, one thing I look at the town governments and how we look at affordable housing. We've always looked at 10, 12% affordable housing and what we want in any developments that come to the town. But here we have something that's only 5%. So the question I have is, why are we willing to accept 5%? The other is that, if I was a developer personally, this is an incredibly fantastic, this is a fantastic deal. It really is. Now, that doesn't mean they don't deserve to make whatever they're making. They do. That's what their job is. Our job is to look after the town. The process we go through is looking after what's in the best interest of the town. And what's in the best interest of the town is perhaps more than 5% affordable housing. Now, one reason why we have to look at that, Mr. Moderator, is that we have plans that will be coming to the town, which will be creating a lot more housing through the MBTA transit plan. And so we have to, and that's a long-term plan where the more housing, more dense housing is coming about and going to be developed. And what impact is that going to have in potentially eroding our threshold above the 10% limit? Is if we, at some point, if we erode that threshold above the 10% limit, then all of a sudden we're going to get an unfriendly 40B coming back into town. So it's our responsibility to make sure that when we have the opportunities to keep above that limit, we do whatever we can to make sure that that happens. I was used to be on the Conservation Commission. I love the fact I'm always opting for save the trees, save the conservation land. I'm always opting for that. But what I'm opting for right now is the fact that we need to trust the process. And I believe the process has to go back. We refer it a month, 2 months, something to that effect, so we can bring the trust back into the process. Where the ultimate decision is going to be after that point, I don't know where it's going to be. But at least we'll have the process we've gone through. So I vote in favor of referring this back. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Crocker. Discussion. Yep, let me, in the back here in the blue shirt. While we're waiting, let me announce Ms. Abruzzi's motion, secondary motion to amend. As you can see on the screen, Ms. Abruzzi's, and again, thank you to Ms. Abruzzi and to Mr. Heap, Attorney Heap, for assisting. Ms. Abruzzi's motion would replace the "at the completion of the development" with the words highlighted in red, thank you so much, no later than the completion of the development. So that's the Abruzzi secondary amendment to the Reagan motion to amend. Both are on the floor, together with the motion to refer and the main motion.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes. Well, I've recognized a member. You will, and I will not. We're not going to go anywhere yet. So,
thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Needham, Precinct D. I will disclose I'm a realtor, and I read these offers to purchase, and I'm looking to the proponents to correct me if I'm wrong here, and I will have a question. But there is a proposed development agreement between the town and Northland. And then there's an offer to purchase between Northland and the Foster estate. The way I read the offer, all permits have to be completed by March 15th. So if we don't get this tonight, what is the likelihood that this whole thing unravels? And that's to the proponents.
Okay, are you done, Mr. Neidner?
Yes, I am.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So question to the proponents, if this is not voted favorably, what is the likelihood that the deal will unravel? It's the members' words. So Ms. Cooley, to respond to the member's question, and then I'd be happy to then recognize you, Ms. Cooley, to respond to, is it the secondary amendment that you wanted to respond to, or the entire amendment?
The entire amendment.
Fine.
I haven't had
Well,
a chance.
all right, excellent. So if you could respond to Mr. Neidon's question, and then we'll move on.
So in the draft document, the requirement would be that the permit from the state be in place by March 15th. I think I said this earlier, but if in fact tonight does not end in a yes vote to support this project, I can't tell you what will happen. What I can tell you is that we will go back to speak with the developer and to speak with the representatives for the Foster estate. The Foster estate, in my experience, have been pretty motivated sellers. So. Oh, and the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for the amendment. I wanted to let town meeting know that the select board recommends that you not adopt either the amendment to the amendment or the amendment. We did propose earlier this evening that in fact we will run a process that we expect to be a thoughtful process with constituents who are involved, the Conservation Commission, the Planning Board, and we know there are a few other interested individuals. They will be public meetings, all right, so that we could discuss how this might be allocated. And I would expect that the outcome of that discussion will be allocation of the land and restrictions on portions of the land much sooner than the completion or no later than the completion of the project. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Cooley. Yes, sir.
Moderator, Jeff Heller, Precinct F. I rise in support of the purchase and speak against the motion and all the amendments. You know, the FinCom's response just, it sounded just like the NIMBY responses of the people that we're hearing here.
Okay, Mr. Heller, we need to stick to the facts and let's not characterize the behavior of volunteers for the town. So if you could just address the merits of it and not accuse people of NIMBY, we would appreciate it.
I apologize, but I have some, experience on Saturday's tour. If you looked at the answer, the question and answer piece that was presented online from the selectmen, it seems to answer most of the questions that people seem to think there's just not transparency. People just don't seem to like the answers, so now they don't trust it. The select board has explained how you have to conduct real estate, business, and there's some things that have to happen before you can write a P&S, right? And towns are often at a disadvantage in real estate deals, so they have to play their cards close to their chest. And this has been explained. It was explained at the tour on Saturday, and there were some people who were rude in the way they just presented when someone tried to, say there's going to be other people, we could talk about this later, and so forth. They barged through and demanded they have answers now and so forth. And again, there were other opportunities to get these answers, and the select boards have explained it, and people don't like their answers, and they say, how do we know? How do we trust them? So why is there this level of distrust? We have no reason to distrust these people. These are residents and people who are doing well for the town and trying hard to do something here. And when we start passing on our anger at politics in Washington and on the citizens and the hardworking staff here, it's insulting.
Mr. Heller, I'm going to cut you off because you're not addressing the merits. You're characterizing the behavior of individuals, and I'm going to cut you off. So if you want to wrap up, you can wrap up.
I'll wrap up.
No one is expressing expressed anger here except you, sir. So just finish your statement, and then we'll move on.
Okay. I think it's been well explained why this is a good deal for the town. I think the development is also a good deal, and if we don't pass this, we run the risk of a developer building, 50 mansions, which would also just create the traffic problems, that people are complaining about. So
thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes, in the back.
Mr. Moderator, Dan Matthews, Town Meeting Member, Precinct I. Your Select Board, the hour is late, and I know that patience is stressed and information is incomplete. But your Select Board has done the best job that they can for more than a year on this. Everyone that's spoken recognizes the value of the property, and the Select Board has told you that they believe that the deal is at risk without a yes vote, without amendment this evening. Now, this is business. Lots of things can happen and things can go in different ways. But it's up to the members here tonight to make the decision. And I know the neighbors are concerned, but there are many safeguards in the process to make this fair going forward. Article 11 advances the potential of the town acquiring 34 acres of open space for a fraction of their fair market value. It's a complex transaction with the development all concentrated in the 28 acres to be retained by the development, and that's why the town gets the discount. That's a fact. But the housing component is reasonable and can only go forward after a full public process and Zoning Board of Appeals hearings under Chapter 40B. The town's existing Chapter 40B guidelines encourage density up to 8 units an acre. This project with 70 on 28 acres to be retained by the developer is at 3 units an acre. As to the financial issues, it's true that $1 million here and $1 million there, pretty soon you're talking money, but the town has substantial bonding capacity, and the documents provided show, but from the Finance Department, that in addition to having years of experience managing budgeting of items of this magnitude, it's manageable, it's readily doable, it's a matter of priorities. The opponent's underlying argument, which is not going to change, is that the town has plenty of open space, that there's no particular benefit to adding to the Ridge Hill Reservation, and no compelling reason to commit town resources and energies to this agreement. I respectfully disagree and hope that you do too. Development pressure and needs, including housing, is constant throughout the metropolitan area, and Needham is no exception. Open space is increasingly scarce and expensive. That's likely to continue and even accelerate. Forward-looking land use planning and taking advantage of opportunities like this one, even when they can occur in short measure, on short timelines like this one, are essential, and you have to be flexible. The many large parcels that used to front on the Charles River have mostly been sold and developed with minimal rights of public use and access. Those neighborhoods are good places to live, but the process has diminished open space and environmental values that once characterized much of the town. This plan, if it's able to be accomplished, and there's much complexity that remains ahead, will benefit the town and its people for years to come. The best chance of doing that is a favorable vote tonight. Please vote yes on Article 11 as printed in the warrant. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Mr. Peckham. Mr. Peckham moves the previous question to all matters pending on the floor, including the motions to amend, the motion to refer, and the main motion. As you know, a favorable vote on the motion to move the previous question will result in the termination of discussion and debate and the immediate vote on all pending matters on the floor. An unfavorable vote will allow discussion and debate to continue. The motion is itself not debatable and requires a 2/3 vote for passage. On Mr. Peckham's motion, the previous question, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by nay? Nay. The ayes have it, 2/3 declared on a voice vote. The motion carries. This brings us to the pending matters before you. Now, I'm going to go through this rather methodically because voting is really the key to what we all do here, so I want to make sure that everyone understands. So first, we have three and a half separate motions pending on the floor. There is the main motion under Article 11. There is a motion to refer the subject matter of Article 11 back to the Select Board for further study. And again, just to refresh, that motion states, for further study and due diligence, referral is to a date certain, no later than February 27th, 2023, or such other date that the Select Board chooses when it has completed its work and is prepared to call a special town meeting for discussion and vote. That's Ms. Landau's motion to refer. There is also a motion to amend. Mr. Reagan introduced a motion to amend that would insert after the words 28 acres for general municipal purposes the statement, quote, provided that said parcel shall be made subject to a conservation restriction on terms approved by the Select Board at the completion of the development project on the neighboring 28 plus or minus parcel. There is a motion to amend, what we call a secondary amendment, that seeks to modify the Reagan amendment, and it would replace the phrase at the completion of the development with the phrase no later than the completion of the development. So, these are what are pending before you. We have an order of precedence under our rules on how we deal with these. And under our rules, the motion to refer comes first. The reason for that, the rationale for that rule, is that a favorable vote on the motion to refer refers the main motion out for further study. There's nothing to amend. There's no further action needed. The motion would be disposed of. A motion to refer requires a majority for passage. A motion to amend requires a majority for passage. The main motion under Article 11 requires a 2/3 vote for passage because it seeks borrowing authority. So that's what you have in front of you, and we'll take them one at a time. The first is the motion to refer. Ms. Landau's motion to refer, the text of which has been read now twice by the moderator, to town meeting. A majority required for passage. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by nay. Nay. The nays have it. The motion fails. This brings us to the motion to amend. We have two motions to amend. We will take them in the reverse order in which they were received. Ms. Abruzzi's motion to amend would insert language that would amend Mr. Reagan's motion to amend. So first, on the question of whether or not to modify or amend the Reagan motion, and that is to insert the phrase no later than the completion of the development project. A majority is required for passage. All those in favor of the Abruzzi motion to amend, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by nay. Nay. The nays have it. The motion fails on a voice vote. We come then to Mr. Reagan's motion to amend. I have previously read Mr. Reagan's motion to amend, and again, the distinction between it and the motion that just failed is that it says that a conservation restriction would be put on in terms provided by the Select Board at the completion of the development project. On Mr. Reagan's motion to amend, a majority required for passage. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by nay? Nay. The nays have it. The motion to amend fails. This brings us to the main motion under Article 11. Under Article 11, Ms. Cooley moves to appropriate for a property acquisition. The text of the main motion under 11 is identical to Article 11 in your warrant. The main motion requires a 2/3 vote for passage, as I mentioned, because it seeks borrowing authority, the ability to incur debt to fund it. So 2/3 required for passage. On the main motion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by nay? Nay. Well, I'm in doubt on that vote, and with a 2/3, it's sometimes easy and sometimes hard. So I'm going to have a counted vote, and we're going to have to cooperate with each other. First, let me ask some volunteers for tellers. Ms. Cindy Wolf, Mr. Brinkhouse, Ms. Jane Murphy, Mr. Zimbone, Ms. Callanan, and Mr. Bailey. If you would come forward, and as you're coming forward, think about if you've been an activist or anything in this area that would prevent you from serving as a teller. Before I talk to the tellers and swear them in, I want to remind town meeting members that votes will be counted in every row on the floor. So if you are not a town meeting member, whether a elected representative or a at-large representative, I would like you to stand up and go to the back of the room out of those rows so that you will not be taking up space in a nice way. I mean that. Okay? Teller? Heinz Brinkhouse. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you could, just be seated. I need to communicate with the tellers, so if I could have your cooperation and silence would be great. Tellers, are we in position? Are we good? Just give me a thumbs up. Let's make sure you know your rows, right? And you know what you're going to count. Okay. So this is the main motion under Article 11. Our tellers are in place, and we are going to count the vote. We count the vote by raising a hand. You can only raise one hand. And raise it high so the tellers can see it. Keep it up until the tellers tell you to put it down. All right? This won't take long. So, on the main motion under Article 11, all those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Is the vote complete? Excellent. You may put your hands down. On Article 11, all those opposed, please signify by raising your hand. Is the vote complete? Okay, you may put your hands down, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to take the report now, so I would really appreciate your cooperation in maintaining a little decorum here so I can hear. Ms. Wolf, the ayes, please. 29. And the nays? 6. Mr. Brinkhouse, the ayes, please. 18. And the nays? 13. Ms. Murphy, the ayes, please. 29. And the nays? 2. Mr. Zimbone, the ayes, please. 28. And the nays? 0. Ms. Callanan, the ayes, please. 34. And the nays? 4. Mr. Bailey, the ayes, please. 26. And the nays? 8. Thank you, tellers, and for your service. And I appreciate your indulgence while the town clerk and I tally the vote. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. A vote having been taken by a show of hands, 164 in the affirmative, 33 in the negative, 131 required for passage. The main motion under Article 11 does pass, and I declare Article 11 disposed of. This brings us next to Article 13. Under Article 13, Mr. Marcus Nelson moves to appropriate to Capital Improvement Fund. The amount of the appropriation is $351,662. the proponents of the Select Board for a reminder presentation on this Article 13, the main motion thereunder. Mr. Marcus Nelson, member of the Select Board.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Fellow town meeting members, I'd say hold on to your seats because I know this one is going to be the one that we talk about for a while. Article 13 is to appropriate capital improvement funds, and the capital improvement fund was established as a reserve for funding when the capital items, reserve when funding for the capital items were not available. The fund is primarily intended for equipment. The town's practice is to fund the reserve with an amount of at least equal to the sale of the surplus equipment. The balance in the fund as of July 2022 was $1.1 million. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Speaking on behalf of the Finance Committee, if he wishes to, totally optional, is Mr. Dick Riley. Can always exercise the option not to do it.
Mr. Moderator, do you have a point, sir?
No.
Let me just be very briefly
I
state.
was just rambling.
We think that the amount of the proper funding level for this, which is essentially an equipment fund, would be the cost of two high expensive equipment items. That would be a ladder truck and a fire truck, round numbers, $3 million. As you've heard before, currently we're at $1.1 million, which is a little over 33%. The proposed funding would bring that up to 48%. The Finance Committee recommends approval of this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riley. Discussion, the main motion, the main motion under Article 13. Hearing none, we come to the vote. Under Article 13, the main motion, Mr. Marcus Nelson moves to appropriate to the Capital Improvement Fund $351,662. On the main motion, majority required for passage. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and I declare Article 13 disposed of. The next item you have is Article 14. Under Article 14, Mr. Kevin Keene moves to authorize community energy aggregation. The text of the main motion is identical to Article 14 in your special town meeting warrant. Providing the reminder presentation on behalf of the proponents, Mr. Keene, member of the Select Board.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members. Article 14, authorized community energy aggregation. Since 1997, Beacon Hill has allowed municipalities to aggregate or combine as a group to purchase their electricity in order to secure a competitive supply and realize cost savings and price stability. Since then, 137 cities and towns have formed community energy aggregations, CEAs. Article 14 is to start Needham on the path towards setting up a CEA. By forming an aggregate, sorry, it's late at night, we can combine our purchasing power to negotiate for more competitive electrical rates and lock them in for extended periods. An added benefit of these CEAs is that they bid on electrical supplies generated by renewable resources. This does three things. It allows Needham to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It allows Needham to meet the state's clean energy goals, and in a way that would make Adam Smith burst with pride, applies economic pressure on the energy markets to encourage further investment on renewable energy. Most heartening, there is no cost barrier to participating in the CEA. This is important to anyone who cares about rising utility costs and the burden it places on those on fixed incomes and those of low or moderate means. The beauty of a CEA is that its participants don't pay extra. It's their participation in the program that has value. A CEA is a just and fair way for all people to participate in the green transition. Broadly speaking, the CEA will have a menu offering 3 levels of greenness: basic, middle, and upper. Even the basic level will be greener than what Eversource is mandated to provide. The other levels will have increasingly higher percentages of renewables in the mix, and all participants in the CEA will start at the middle level, and consumers can opt up or down. And anyone can drop out of the program without penalty. In the case of Boston, for example, their CEA's basic was greener than Eversource and still cheaper. This vote at town meeting does not create the CEA. It simply initiates a process to establish one. Eventually, we will arrive at numbers that work for us. We'll have a citizen committee, education and listening sessions, public hearings, and a vote by the Select Board, and then certification by the Department of Public Utilities. Your vote will give the town a tool that could potentially secure lower rates and help the environment. The Select Board recommends adoption of this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. Speaking on behalf of the Finance Committee, Ms. Louise Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Fellow town meeting members, the Finance Committee recommends adoption of Article 14, Authorized Community Energy Aggregation. I will not repeat what was said in the previous presentation and what was recorded. Just would like to make a couple of points. So, first of all, whether or not the cost of energy under these energy aggregation contracts is higher or lower really depends upon when the contract goes out to bid. And in this instance, we're probably not looking at a contract for another 18 to 24 months. So it's really hard without advanced knowledge of where energy markets are going to go to know where we're going to be. These are longer term contracts relative to what consumers pay. Currently, if you're on the Eversource rate, your electricity cost fluctuates. This would lock in electricity costs, which has been a mixed bag for communities. Some have benefited from it with lower energy costs, others have not. And the third item I just want to bring to your attention is that a plan will be put together. And as the Board of Selectmen have stated, green energy is one of their goals, and the plan will have different levels of green energy being offered. Chapter 164, Section 134 requires that there be public participation in the setting of the plan, and it is going to be very important to understand what those green energy levels are, since that will ultimately determine what the price of the energy will be. However, given all of those points, the Finance Committee reviewed the article and determined that on balance this would be favorable economically for the residents of Needham, and so the Finance Committee recommends adoption of Article 14, Authorized Community Energy Aggregation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Discussion, the main motion under Article 14. Mrs. Sokol.
Lois Sokol, Precinct I. Oh, great, I got taller. Okay. I just have a question, because obviously I'm in favor of green energy, and I'm in favor of this principle. I just have a question that, because of what was said, what Mr. Keene said, if the town decides to do this, and you as an individual want to pull out, can you pull out? Then it's win-win, isn't it? All right, thank you.
What were you people talking in, like, code or sign language? Mr. Keene, to respond to the member's question. I don't know what that was.
Thank you for the question. Yes.
This is the beginning of the breakdown of society right here. All right. Further discussion under the main motion under Article 14. Hearing none, we come to the vote. Under Article 14, Mr. Kevin Keene moves to authorize community energy aggregation. The text of the main motion is identical to Article 14 in your warrant. On the main motion, majority required for passage under the Massachusetts statute. It's a majority vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Majority declared on a voice vote. The motion carries, and I declare Article 14 disposed of. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a little bit more business to do. First, I wanted to thank you for your attention tonight. Thank you for your participation. We just had a debate over an important issue that lasted in excess of 2 hours. I just think when people ask you what goes on at town meeting, if you tell them that, don't be afraid to get into detail and tell them exactly what happened, which was that many, many people got to voice their views in a way that was, I believe, for the most part, civil and constructive, and that's really what this body is all about. So I wanted to congratulate you for handling a difficult process. We were able to have residents speak, and I think these are kind of the high moments for me as moderator to see town meeting act in this way. Whatever the outcome may be, I'm agnostic on that. I just most concerned about the process. So thank you for that. One other point, I just wanted to, understanding the hour is late, we typically try to recognize if there has been a milestone, a town employee that we all know or you've seen or you've dealt with who has retired or achieved a milestone. I did want to make sure, she's not here tonight, but make sure that everyone knew that in September, our town treasurer-collector, Evelyn Paness, retired after 43 years of service to the town, and I just thought we could give her a round of applause. Very well. Ms. Cooley, acting on behalf of the Select Board in her capacity as chair, has tendered a motion to dissolve this special town meeting that is accompanied by a resolution. And the resolution requires your vote. It is attached to the motion to dissolve. The resolution is as follows. The following resolution is offered in memory of Carl J. Leaders. Whereas Carl J. Leaders was born in St. Louis, Missouri in 1922. He graduated from Rensselaer Polytechnical Institute with an engineering degree after serving in the U.S. Navy during the Second World War. And whereas Carl worked for General Electric in Lynn before starting his own business, Carl J. Leaders and Company, a manufacturer's representative of industrial control products. And whereas Carl and his wife, the late Lois Harney Leaders, settled in Needham, where they raised their 4 children, Carl, Wallace, Karen, and Mark. He and Lois were members of St. Joseph's Parish Community. And whereas Carl was blessed with 11 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren, after Lois's passing, Carl shared his life with his companion, Patricia Kyler. And whereas Carl was a lover of tennis, classical music, and puzzles, both literary and natural, which benefited his engineering pedigree. And whereas Carl served as a town meeting member from 1997 to 2006, and again from 2012 to 2018. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this body that the October 24, 2022 special town meeting be dissolved in honor of the civic and community contributions of Carl Leaders to the town of Needham. On the motion to dissolve and the accompanying resolution, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by nay. The ayes have it, unanimous vote. The resolution carries, the motion carries. We are dissolved.
This town meeting session is brought to you by the real estate maven, Suzanne Nissen. The offer is just the beginning. She'll be with you every step of the way.